Black Sun in the Hizzle, all for Shizzle Dizzle. We got an excellent show here today. Before we start Super Tuesday, I want to give y'all some Fannie Willis news. Let me adjust this camera just a little bit here. Oh, shit. Because I want to sit up and see you guys this camera. This camera. Let's see. This camera. Okay, so real quick, you guys. Okay, real quick. In the Fannie Willis case, there are two new. Look at this camera, boy. I swear this camera is a piece of crap, man. If I go this way. Okay, so I'm sorry, y'all. We got two more witnesses. Federal prosecutor in Cobb County by the name of Miss Yeager, and we got another guy in Fulton County who's an attorney. So we have two. We have one attorney, one federal prosecutor that is willing to come forward to be character witnesses, and this is another attorney that has filed for. I think the attorney Cheney has filed for new motion. So this is not over with Fannie Willis. So I don't know if the judge is going to allow, if he has enough evidence, or is he going to allow the new evidence to come in? If so, because I know, I think they got even more people ready to come forward. But like I said, you got federal prosecutor out of Cobb County. Now, Cobb County is the neighboring county. So you got Fulton County, and then you got Cobb County that's right next to it. Cobb County is west of Fulton, and then you got, so the immediate counties surrounding Atlanta. You got Fulton, you got Cobb, you got what's that other county? Okay, I'm sorry. You got Fulton, you got Cobb, you got Gwinnett, you got Cherokee County, and then south you have Jonesboro, which is Clayton County. Okay, so Clayton County is south. So you have those surrounding counties. So the next county over going westbound is Cobb County, and that's the same county that Nathan Wade had his divorce case. He had his divorce case in Cobb County. So yeah, the Cobb County federal prosecutor is willing to testify and said, yeah, she heard Fannie Willis on the phone talking about we need to they're coming for us and we need you don't testify, telling that to Mr. Bradley. So oh man, let me say hello. Oh man, everybody's early. Cali Unknown, shout out, Twin, shout out. Joker, what's going on? What's going on? Hey y'all, lot going on today. Lot going on today, let me tell you. So yeah, so two more witnesses. So will the judge allow them to come in? Or did he make his decision? Did he say, you know what, I got enough here to jam fry both Fannie and Nathan Wade? I mean, the evidence is overwhelming, but does the judge need more? Because again, you got Fannie Willis' testimony, you got Nathan Wade's testimony saying they did not, and then you got Yurdy and you got Bradley's text messages. Now, if the judge don't allow the text messages, will he allow the testimony of one federal prosecutor and one attorney? Will he allow them to come in? So I'm thinking, this is my guess. I'm guessing he has enough evidence to bury them. That's what I'm guessing. I'm like, but I mean, it's nice to have even more evidence just in case the judge is like kind of, because, he says it's going to take 2 weeks. So I guess he does have to consider the testimony of Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade. However, they got crossed up. They got crossed up on the stand. So, but the argument can be made that, okay, Yurdy, she's a disgruntled. This is the narrative they're trying to give. They're trying to say that Yurdy was a disgruntled. I don't think she had no reason to lie. That's my opinion. But again, being that these are new attorneys, Cheney's a new attorney. He wasn't part of the team that already the judge is making a decision on, was taking them 2 weeks. This is a whole new attorney saying, yo, yeah, we are they timing this? You guys, are they timing this? Do they have a whole arsenal ready to attack Fannie Willis? I think so, man, because Miss Merchant is so confident. Miss Merchant is confident. I mean, they're all confident, man. It's really, this is like a showdown of the lawyers. This is what this really is about. Some people say it's a soap opera, yeah, on Fannie Willis' side, but when you look at Trump and his associates, it's a showdown of the attorneys. So I like Steven Sadow, but there's another attorney that kind of upstaged him. The guy with the gray hair, the oldest attorney, I forgot his name. He his closing argument was perfect. I mean, I think Steven Sadow did okay in his closing argument. The guy with the gray hair, I got to get his name. Y'all forgive me, but I think he upstaged all the attorneys. I know this is not a competition. I know this is about justice and getting Trump and his co-defendants off. But I mean, at this point, man, it's like I think it's going to become a showdown. Oh shoot, okay, there's Kelly. Kelly, hey, what's going on, sis?
Hey, I went to the
Hey,
thing and I'm like, wait a minute, RSBS is a whole nother hour.
yeah, the times. Oh gosh, yeah, the time they got the time. I guess because of some of the states on the West Coast, so they need a medium. Because most of the time they've been going by East Coast time, so I guess now it's all over the place. So they're just gonna pick a time that's good for everybody. I guess I don't know, because California, California, Colorado, there don't start with for another 2 hours.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, so I'm early as hell. So I'm like, damn, because they did change the time because at first it said 6:30, and then when I went, they said 7. But I had already scheduled the show, so I was like, well, fuck it, I might as well go on so that everybody can kind of talk and conversate. And so when it go down, we can just get right into it. But since you're here, sis, did you hear the news?
What now? I might have missed it. I've been running around kind of like a mad woman today in the
In the
house.
Fannie Willis case, there's 2 more witnesses.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yes,
Well, I
one
kind
of
of
them.
assumed that, like they would, start coming out as time went on. Like,
These ain't no ordinary witnesses.
who are they? Do we know?
One is a federal prosecutor of Cobb County saying she heard Fannie Willis on the phone, and the other one's an attorney saying that they knew about their relationship way in 2019.
Yeah, well, three people. I think all you need is three people to collab a story. And I think with old girl, which I try to discredit her just because of the way they parted, but anybody with a brain could
Oh yeah,
understand.
make her sound like the angry
Yeah,
ex-employee. Yeah, man, I wasn't buying that.
yeah.
I wasn't buying that. Yeah,
But they tried it. But in my opinion, when I see that, she just looked a little bit bothered even being there. Like
right,
pretty much like, bitch, I'm not taking the fall for you. But the truth
right.
is the truth. Like
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I don't know. I think that was kind of like maybe I wouldn't say a bad angle, but I think that's what they really tried to portray. Like she's just bitter, you know.
I didn't get that. I mean, I know that's what they were going for, but when I looked at Yuri, I'm looking at a woman who, yeah, I got that too, Kelly. She didn't want to be there, but the questions that she asked, she just answered them truthfully. Like, shit, I'm here. Let me answer them the best way I can, as truthfully, and she did that. I
Well,
don't.
and nobody really explored the fact, like, okay, what was your? I know they mentioned her disciplinary action, but how do you know? Hey, Callie, I haven't even
Yeah,
looked in the chat yet.
Callie is right. Okay, so Callie corrected me. The federal prosecutor is the co-DA in her county. Okay, so thank you, Callie, for correcting me because I just got it hot off the press, so I didn't really go into the fine print. So thank you for that correction.
Well, what's his name? Lionel. He put out there something about what if Bradley was threatened, which, that's plausible. you know?
That's out there. No, they actually got a witness. Yeah. Oh, this Jaeger witnessed the phone call. I don't know how she lived and she witnessed and she said she heard Fannie Willis telling what's her name, don't testify. They're gonna come. They're coming after us. Oh yeah, it's a lot. Lots came out, Kelly. A lot of it came out.
And at that point, he should have been like, there ain't no us. What do you mean, us?
Yeah, but she might have some dirt on him. I think that's what it is. She got some dirt on him.
Well, I was a little bit concerned for him, right? Because I do
Yeah,
have
I
empathy, right?
no, I mean I do too, because he's the one, according to Merchant, he's the one that blew this whole thing up. So I mean, I'm glad that he did it because we wouldn't even known about that if it wasn't for Bradley. But now my thing is, go all the way with it. Don't cower out the last minute. Go all the way with it. Shit, you
Well,
may.
I sometimes pleading the fifth, because that's basically what he did in so many words. I guess a
I
few
can't
things
recall.
he couldn't deny.
Right.
Yeah, but that's basically, you might as well just pled the fifth if that was the case, because he appears to be wanting to, save them. You know what I mean? Like he
Yeah,
doesn't
but
want anything to do with it.
yeah, but is there a difference between you testifying with your words and your actual text?
Yeah. The difference is your text is probably going to be a little bit more accurate, and you're a damn fool if you put it in a text. That's like if you set up to go commit a crime and you're typing back and forth to the person you're going to commit the crime with. First of all, I
Right.
would tell anybody, if you're going to do some criminal activity, do it alone, okay? But
Right.
secondly, that's really dumb to text your partner in crime like, yeah, we're going to XYZ on this day, see you there. I don't
Yeah, but
know.
apparently Bradley wanted to bring at the time wanted to bring this information prior to Fannie Willis threatening him. So apparently he wanted to do this, but apparently I guess she had to remind him, look, if I go down, you go down, and we know we got dirt on you too. So that's probably why he damn reneged. But I'm like, man, fuck it, shit, because they already accused him of damn the grape and shit. You know what I'm saying? This SCX assault. So like, I mean, shit. They threw him under the bus. So it's like, and even when they threw him under the bus with those accusations, he still wanted to defend them. So it's like, what? Damn, they already accused you of damn assault. So what else is going on? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, yeah, ew, it sounds bad.
Well,
It's
yeah, and I think she has a point about, being able to see it. But here's the thing, like, who is she? Who is she to
right.
threaten somebody?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, she has pull like that. Clearly, she's, expendable. I mean, I don't think they give two shits really about her anymore, you know?
Well, not no more. No, I mean, it took this Trump thing to him get her out. It's funny because I keep saying drain the swamp in Georgia, and I'd be damned if goddamn Trump did it unintentionally. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to drain the swamp in D.C. He ended up draining the swamp in goddamn Georgia. Shit. So you say who's bigger than Fannie? Well, apparently there's people in other counties that are just as high as she is, and they can appoint one of those goddamn DAs to take her out, basically.
Yeah, yeah. Well, again, that's why we said before, that's why other people didn't want to touch it, right? They didn't even want to deal with it at all. I just think she got a little bit, I don't know what you would call that, money struck,
Yeah, yeah,
publicity.
yeah,
She wanted all that limelight, but not
yeah,
what was going to come with it.
yeah. Some attention ain't good. All attention ain't good attention, man.
Right,
So
right, for sure.
apparently, she. I mean, I mean, I guess they say careful for what you wish for. I don't know. Shit. She got too big for her britches. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Kelly. She did.
And
You know,
I think Callie said it best when we were talking last week. We were talking about government in general. We're always talking about that,
right.
but um she was basically saying like it's like a house, you got to take everything down to the studs and rebuild.
Yeah.
That's really what we have to do,
Right.
because even some of the people we kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
some of their ideologies, they got a lot of crooked baggage behind them. And
Right.
it's like, I don't even want to deal with that. Like, even with Gates, it's a few things he did that I felt like, like standing up for Trump and a couple
Right.
speeches, but then he turns around and does sneaky shit and then has some cuckoo, charge connected to him, which I don't think it went anywhere. But it's just the idea that, how do you get wrapped up in something like that, man? Like,
Well,
it's just certain things. Like, we really do need to be we need to do what is being done to Fanny with everybody,
right.
right?
Yeah.
And then you can really get like some more information and a better footing on people's, like intent, what they're about, their character, you know?
Right.
Cuz people always make mistakes, I did dumb shit 25 years ago, but I didn't do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
but I mean, but again, when we look at Fannie Willis, we're looking at a situation where, again, you're going at Donald Trump. He is the top dog of the world. And, imagine he went out through some of the most powerful people, the Clintons. He went after Bill Clinton, he went after Hillary Clinton. So imagine how powerful the Clintons are. Man, Fannie Willis ain't nothing, so she should have known that. Yeah, remember? I don't know if you remember when Trump ran against Hillary Clinton, and they started slandering. They brought out that tape about grabbing by the what, and so Trump was like, oh, "Okay, you want to play them games?" Do you remember Trump brought all those rape victims? We had all them women, and we were all saying that Bill Clinton allegedly, you know,
yeah, I
remember
kind of
that?
know I remember that saying, which was
Hmm.
taken out of context, clearly. It didn't offend me.
Yeah, but no, but no, but my point though, Kelly, is that Trump fought back even harder. Like
Oh
that was
yeah, yeah,
nothing
yeah.
compared to what Trump did. Trump came to the debate with them. It was four women. Three women accused Hillary
I
Clinton.
didn't hear that part. Sorry, it was a little loud here. I didn't hear you. Continue. Say that again. I'm sorry. Four women.
There were four women. The night I guess you didn't know about this. The night that Trump was going to debate Hillary Clinton. This is back in 2018, right? Or 2006, 2015. He brought four women that sat down with him. I think it was four or five women. I can't remember. It was, I guess, four. And three of the women accused Bill Clinton of rape. You got me?
Okay.
And the last woman was a woman that Hillary Clinton, uh, this woman was a rape victim, and Hillary Clinton got the guy that raped the woman off. So Trump is not playing. My point is, so I guess you didn't see all that, but yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I
So
didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. No, I didn't.
yeah, that was back in the day. You
I
have
know
to,
women tend to come at him. I put up an older short about one of them chicks got up and said, it's my impression that you're not a friend to women. He's like, I knew I shouldn't have picked her. Why did I pick her? And he said that out loud. Like, that's something a person would probably be thinking in their head,
right,
but not saying it. But Trump will say it.
right. Yeah, but did you get my point though? That these weren't women against Trump. These were women
No,
against
right,
Clinton.
right. Yeah, no,
Okay,
I
yeah.
get what you're
So what
saying.
I'm
Yeah.
saying is that the mud they slung at Trump was nothing compared to what Trump did to them.
Yeah, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So
And
if people do their research on Trump, when you come at Trump, he's going to come at 10, 12, 20 times harder. So this is what I don't understand why Fannie Willis didn't understand. Yo, if Trump is able to attack the Clintons, who the Clintons are one of the most powerful families in the United
yeah, who the
States,
fuck are you?
who the fuck right? Who the fuck is Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade?
Yeah, no, for sure. I get it. And I don't think Trump, I if I remember correctly, he's one of the only people that stood up for Mike Tyson when he got his rape case. Like I
Right.
think that, oh damn, I shouldn't be saying that
No, you
word.
good. You good. Yeah, yeah, you good.
Um
Oh, we can't say it on YouTube, or because I
I
say it all the
think, I
time.
don't know, people try to stay away from that word, I guess. I don't know. I can't keep up with YouTube's changing community guidelines every other day.
Right, right. Well, okay, we'll
You
say
know.
allegedly, but no, because I hear him say that all the time. But we'll say allegedly. But yeah, so you don't feel uncomfortable with the
But then
YouTube.
people try to bring up the talking point of the Central Park Five, right?
Uh huh.
But it's like, dude, if he really, that's like the whole election thing. Like, if the man really feels like this happened,
Uh huh.
okay, why would he not stand up for the victim? If he really believed, and considering, one of them came up with a confession, that's another thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
If he really believed that, what was wrong with his position at the time? And that
Mm.
even with the election, you can't call him a liar if Trump really believes that the election was stolen from him.
Right.
Why is he doing something wrong, and why is that a big conspiracy?
Well, again, Trump has a right to question the election. Everybody
Well,
does it. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? So that's not even like my thing is like, okay, let's just concentrate on Fannie Willis. So what Fannie Willis is what appears to be, it looked like she did far worse than what she's trying to convict Trump of.
Well, I mean, this is the same woman that is known to bank the drug dealers while
Hmm.
getting in the bed with them.
Right,
So she can't make up her mind if she wants to be with the dope man or put him in jail.
right, right.
So her
Hmm.
credibility right there
Yeah,
is, you know, who does that?
man. Apparently, Fannie Willis does
I mean,
that in
you
Fulton
legit
County.
went to school at Howard,
Right.
got your degree to turn around and still fuck with the same hood rats you want to put in jail? That doesn't even make sense to me.
Well, she's a hood rat. So I mean, hell.
Like, I'll be honest, at one point in my life, Blackstone, I thought about being a PO. Not to
Right.
be a PO to hurt people, but
Hmm.
to be a PO to try to be, to try to read through different people and try to help them. You know what I mean?
Right.
That was my intent because I know things happen in life and we're not perfect. But why
Right.
would you pick a career where your whole thing is going to be locking people up? But then you want to hang with this. I just don't get it. It just
Right.
doesn't
Right.
make sense to me.
I mean, it's corruption, man. I mean, I mean, apparently, Fulton County has a legacy of corruption, and I guess the temptation, the money, and I guess, when I look at the Fannie Willis case, they're going after Trump and they're getting all this millions of dollars, and it's like, I guess people forget that you got to account for that money. You know what I'm saying? It's just like me and you talked about the PPP loan. You said you know people that damn squandered that shit.
Yeah.
So it's a mentality. It's like uh, it's just being responsible and not being responsible. It's just that simple. It's just being responsible, and I think some people just can't help. They get a whole bunch of money in their goddamn hands and pockets, and they go fucking
And they've
crazy.
never had it. That's the other thing.
Right,
When
right, right.
when you get money and you never had it, you tend to squander it, okay?
Yeah, but I
Um
mean, does it always have to be? I mean, does it always have to be somebody who doesn't like never had money, or is it just? I mean, does
I know, I'm just saying,
responsibility?
especially when it's somebody who's never had access to money like that. You know what I mean? Like, they gave her a lot of
So,
power, a
so are
lot
you
of
saying
money.
Okay, but are you saying a person who's never had money can't be responsible? Because
Oh,
I can
yeah,
agree
they
with
can be.
that.
I'm just saying, I think it tends to happen more with people who
Okay,
have never had money. That's what I'm saying, or never
I
been
see.
around people with money, and it's something new. But that wouldn't even be the case for her because it appears that her dad had a little bit of money. So I don't know what her deal is. She wanted the best of both worlds. You know what I mean? She
Yeah, I know
wanted to
what you mean.
tangle with the political people
Right.
and do something major on that end, and she still wanted to tangle with the streets.
Right, right, right. So you think she just couldn't help herself is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much. I think she just got introduced to too much money, too much power,
Right.
and they pretty much handed her
I
the reins.
I don't think she was qualified for that damn position, to
I
be
don't
honest
either.
with you. I don't think her or Nathan Wade were qualified. I think that, she got in the position out of financial desperation. I think that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? I think if she, you know, now this kind of backs what you're saying about, okay, a person who ain't never had money could be more likely be irresponsible, and she is the damn poster child for obviously for that because now she is in a whirlwind of shit. But the thing is, Kelly, she had a chance to back out. She had a chance to back out. She should have said, you know what, Your Honor, I want to recuse myself from this case. But why? Because the money was
Yeah.
there. That's why she didn't back out. But she
Eh,
should have had the decency to say, you know what, let me back because apparently she has no experience because when lawyers come after you, they give you a little bit and then they give you opportunity and then they keep coming with more shit, more shit, more shit. I've seen that shit happen. I've seen it. So that's why I said they got more shit on her. I've said that, Kelly. You heard me say this weeks ago. I said they got a bunch of stuff on her. And they're just going to they're going to slow cut her and slow cut her and slow cut her until either is she going to give up or they're going to bury her. And it looked like they're going to about to bury her.
and to when you say that, Black Sun, it's a lot different dealing with state prosecutors
Right,
versus the feds breathing down our neck. Once the feds get involved with Bradley, and if they do get involved, it's not going to go well for her. If they step in and take over the case for whatever reason, whatever she gets in trouble for, it would
right.
go a lot faster because I think even state prosecutors are a little bit more kind than federal.
Well, uh, I mean, I would agree with you, but the longer she does this, the more agencies and entities that are interested in this case. So we're not even talking about like, okay, so the FBI. I'm sorry, the IRS. We're not talking about that. We haven't brought that up yet.
Yeah, all these fun three-letter agencies,
All
right?
these three, right, right. The IRS, they always watching these cases, and they're watching this case because you're dealing with monies over almost $500,000
And
or half a
truthfully, not
billion
trying to be
dollars,
funny, but the
million.
IRS really isn't playing around anymore. I think people have done, throughout the years, even like today with my son, he had gotten a letter in the mail, right?
Right,
His return was only like $400,
right.
but he had to go through a whole thing of like verifying who he was,
Yeah, yeah.
license, birth.
Hmm.
I mean, I've never seen that before.
Well, that's what
That's
they need for the damn elections, man. They need all that he went through. They need that for the elections because the elections are that damn important too.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree. I know somebody on another platform about a week ago mentioned something about DNA. I'm like, bruh,
Well, I don't know
nobody
about
is
all
gonna
that.
agree to
Yeah.
submitting their DNA.
No, all you need is a voter ID card. And voter ID card's not asking a lot. Just get a voter ID card. You know what I'm saying? When you go down to the DMV, when you get your license or ID renewed, you know, apply to get your voter ID and shit. That's
it
it.
it makes sense to me,
It's
but I mean,
simple.
yeah, you would think it'd be simple, but even here at the DMV, I found it odd even a couple of years ago when they were in the DMV registering people to vote. I'm like, since when do people register you to vote in the DMV? I've never seen that before.
Right.
And I just so happened to be on the Latino side of town,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, this looks a little bit sketchy. Like, what's this lady up to? You know,
Right, right.
it's just
Not
kind of
only,
weird.
but Kelly, not only do they do it at the DMV here in Georgia, they do it at the food stamp office. They do it at the food stamp office, and they do it at what else? The food stamp office. Well, the food stamp and child support, it's the same office. So yeah, they do it there. They'll ask if you want to register there. So if you get on like stamps, they'll register you as a ask you if you want to register to vote. And also, let's see, the food stamp office, the
But
child. Go ahead.
you said okay, all them places will register you. Like
Yeah, yeah,
with me, I don't know. Tried to look myself up on that voter ID thing because I did change counties, right?
right, yeah.
And I couldn't myself. I've been removed. Like what? How the hell did that even happen?
So do they have like a phone number you can call? Because I'm sure you could
I'm gonna have
like
to
a
call somewhere.
contact, yeah, customer service or something, or a contact. You're
Yeah,
gonna
it's
have to,
just
yeah,
usually
just
you got to
call.
sit on the phone forever. But
Yeah, I know, I
yeah,
know, I know. It's same here in Georgia. You be on the phone forever. You just got to keep your phone on the charger, but somebody gonna answer. Somebody gonna answer. You know what I'm
well, our
saying?
primary is actually April 2nd, so I got to make sure I get all that. And I'm still technically a registered Democrat. I never ever changed it. Even though
Right,
I voted for Trump, right? I
right,
just never changed my status. I mean,
right.
I don't even know. I can't remember why that's exactly important, but I know there's something to that, you know?
In some states, and they might do it up in Milwaukee, but here in Georgia, you can vote for whoever. So here in Georgia, registered as a Democrat or Republican don't matter. Like you can vote mixed ticket if you want, which is
Well,
crazy.
typically I do. I'm
Right.
never all one way. So,
Okay, so in some states, they want you to be registered, but I think a lot of states, you know what, I don't want to speak on it because I don't know. But like I said, I know Georgia and I know California, you don't have to particularly register to a party. You could be either party and vote for whoever you want to. But I
got it.
know in some states they want you to be registered to a party. So
But I
um,
can't even see myself like if I'm going to flip it I would have to go to independent. I'm not going to register as a Republican,
right, right, yeah,
you
you can do
know.
that. Yeah,
So,
it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. Oh, I'll take that back. California, is it Colorado or California? Yeah, you have to be a certain party or else you can't. Yeah, it's California. Yeah, my bad. I take that back. California, you do have to register in a party, so I take that back. So yeah, I got it confused.
we said the ATF and the FBI got some of their funding cut. Dude, we were talking about that Black Sun the other day since we got a little bit of time.
Okay.
We were in the car yesterday, me, my son, and Mo, right?
Yeah.
And we were talking about, the three-letter agencies and how they have created certain things to demise both of our,
Okay.
groups, right?
Right. Right. Right.
Um, and the interesting part is, my son's, what is he, 26? I think
Mm-hmm.
he'll be 27. Yeah, 26. But just for him being aware, like, man, he knows so much more at 26 than I ever knew. You know
Uh
what I
huh.
mean?
Right.
Um, but just to think about all the things that have been put in place for all of our demise. You know what I mean? That's kind of sickening. Like, we trust these people, or trusted at some point, these people to
Mm-hmm.
handle things and make sure that, because in my mind, we have to have systems set up for everything. Like, there has to be something for, people who are born with like diseases that they won't be able to function, or
Right.
they're gonna need help, like that. We gotta have them things, right?
Right. Yeah.
In my opinion, some totally disagree and think that's some type of handout. I don't find it to be a handout, right?
Right.
But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I'm just getting to the point that it is disgusting in my mind what they have done to the American people, even from the smallest things of, not small, but the smaller things, like allowing food in this country that would never be permitted in other countries.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
Oh,
they've done so many projects on people collectively.
right, right. Okay, Callie, I think you're right. Okay, so Callie said, I thought RNC requires registered Republicans to vote in primary. I could be mistaken. I think you're right. I think you're right, Callie. So like I said, don't listen to me because I'm like I said, I'm in a
Yeah,
state where
I think
yeah,
she told me that too.
yeah.
I think what I now that I'm thinking about it, I said that I would have to switch to Republican to be able to vote, and then I'd have to switch it back, maybe something like that. We were talking about one day.
So when is your primary again? You said in April, so that means you got to call
A-
them like tomorrow.
April 2nd. Yep.
So you got to call them tomorrow because we in March now. March, April, yeah, you
You
better call them
think, Black
tomorrow.
Sun?
I'm
He said you
just,
got to call him tomorrow.
yeah, I'm just saying. Because like I said, I don't know how it is in Milwaukee, man, but I try to, man, this kind of stuff I try to do early, man, because here in Georgia, if you try to do stuff like that the last minute, boy, woo, you're gonna be waiting forever in lines. Like my tag just came in. I'm gonna damn get that. It's not due till April, because but I try to get it ahead of time, man, because it's just certain things in Georgia, man. If you wait to the last
Man,
minute, you boy, woo, what?
if I don't have to go to that DMV, I avoid it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Because typically I'll be sitting there with a number for 40 minutes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't go unless I have to.
Okay.
But I did look up the where I'm supposed to vote at, which isn't far away. So I'll have to figure out how to get that switch because it was weird. It was like it had my updated address, it had everything right. And then when I hit the button, it's like it wouldn't process. So yeah, I'm going to have to call them.
Right. Yep.
That
Yep.
was
Yep.
totally weird. I've never seen that before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
But I will say the more that I learn, the more I get disgusted. That's for sure. Are they on
Mm-hmm.
yet?
Not
No, I
yet. Not
seen
yet.
something say 30 minutes.
30. Okay. So about 30. Okay.
Yep, just a couple
Okay.
minutes ago,
Okay.
I seen a thing saying 30 minutes they were going live.
So they're not okay. So not going to just be a website. They're going to actually. So I guess what are you watching? Like CNN or which one you watching?
No, I was looking at, I saw RSBN saying that they were going live.
Oh, they're going like okay, good. I like RSPN. I like RSPN because yeah, I don't trust them other places.
I like the dude that was interviewing Trump last night. Brian, that's my
Yeah,
favorite
yeah, I
guy.
like him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's cool. He's cool as hell.
And he's actually a really good, he's a good guy in person too. He's really
Right.
nice.
Yeah, he seemed. Yeah, all them people at RSBN, they seem down to earth, man. They don't seem stressed out, man. They don't seem like they have an agenda. They just seem like
No, no, they're
just
real
yeah.
cool.
I like
Even
yeah.
the one camera dude that people don't see, he was super, little quiet, but he was very friendly, you know.
Okay, okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, man. Mm, yeah, man. So we just waiting on this
So,
thing here.
let's see here. I was just kind of like Googling it. I know there's like, isn't it like 10 states that have it today? I don't know.
It's yeah, I think California, Colorado, Virginia,
16, I think 16, maybe
Texas,
16 states.
16. Okay. Yeah, I know the big states. It's all the like say California, Texas, Illinois, I think. Is it Illinois? 15 states. Okay, so Kelly said 15 states.
Is it
Okay, okay.
Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas,
Yeah,
California, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota,
yeah.
North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, and Virginia?
Yeah, those are all big. Yeah, those are big states all right there. Hell, that's most of the big states right there. Shit. Hell, Colorado, California, Texas, those are the biggest states in the yep, there we go. Yep, yep, yep.
It'd
So
be
yeah.
interesting to see. Well, I'm interested in all of them really, but
Yeah.
I'm interested in what Colorado looks like and California.
Mhm.
I
I'm
mean,
just you know
Texas. That always, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny about California? California is mostly a red. It's okay. You got your little blotches of blue where it's concentrated, but outside of Los Angeles, outside of San Francisco, Central California, it's all red.
Right, right.
It's all Republican. Yeah. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Okay, so Cali voted today. Okay, Cali.
Yep, yep. She said she
Yes.
voted today.
Okay, okay. Oh, so y'all get to do early. Okay, so yeah, I just can't wait to get to Georgia, man. I'm excited. Shit, yeah, I can't wait till they get to Georgia, cause man, I'm anxious. California is red except for San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Sacramento is purple. Okay, so Sacramento. I thought Sacramento was red. Okay, it must have changed, Cali, cause yeah, that. But I ain't been to California in so long, so yeah,
Isn't
yeah, it's been years.
Sacramento like Rainbow City? I'm just curious. Is that the
That's San
city that
Francisco. That's
San
San Francisco.
Francisco?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's San Francisco. Yeah, I thought Sacramento was more of a country. It's more. I thought it was more of a country town. That's why I was like, but like I say, I ain't been there in years, so I don't know. It might have changed. But growing up, I mean, hell, this is years ago, so yeah, they might have changed a lot. But yeah, but you definitely talking about Los Angeles and well, San Francisco. Yeah, that's Rainbow City. That is a rainbow city, man. I knew I was like I was shell shocked when I went to San Francisco. It was a billboard of two men hugging each other in their tidy whities. I was like, what the hell? I was like, what the hell? So yeah, it was just, and I'm like I said, I'm from California, but yeah, San Francisco. Woo, that's man. But like I said, California is a unique state, and Cali will tell you it's three parts. You got northern, central, and southern. And Central California, it's country as hell. It's straight country in Central California, like Bakersfield.
She
Um,
was saying they got a bunch of snow the other day, and like people were snowed in. Like
yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah,
crazy to me.
yeah.
I
Hmm.
never really thought it snowed like that in California. You know.
Right, right. So Sacramento wishes it was a metro area. It's still Tomato Town, but so many San Francisco Bay Area moved there. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, because I always thought Sacramento was country. Okay, so yeah, she confirmed it. Yeah. So, but like I said, Cali, that was years ago. Like, so I was a little kid. So I remember, yeah, Sacramento being country as hell.
That's like Madison is very rainbow friendly,
Hmm.
and people compare Madison to Berkeley.
But okay, okay.
Yeah, so where I mean, on one hand, it can be a good thing because we're very diverse, right?
Right.
And then on the other hand, they do go a little bit too hard in the paint, in my opinion, with all
Yeah,
that
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I said, them billboards did it for me, man. I saw these two men in tidy whities. I was like, hell no, what the hell? Like, what the hell? Like y'all don't care about the kids?
well, and here, well, there, Madison, you know, they have that Pride Week or whatever, and they have the parade and do all that. The kids be all in there.
Right, yeah. That's where I draw the line, man. That's where I draw
Yeah,
the line.
it's like,
Goddamn, what?
dang, why?
Yeah, why y'all gotta put kids in this shit, man?
I
You know,
never
give it to
understood that. That's like, you know, us taking kids to a polygamy parade or a
yeah.
bondage parade or
Or
come on,
swingers,
man,
yeah,
who's
that's
gonna
yeah.
do that behind closed doors where it should be
Exactly.
kept? Because I don't give a shit what anybody does.
Right, right. I'm the same way. Just don't put it in front of the kid's face, man. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
can't, yeah. Why you gotta put it in front of the kid's face, man? That's not cool. But yeah, I mean, what people want to do as long as they grown and hey, we grown, right? Shit. So yeah, I'm not the
yeah.
bedroom police, but hands off of the kids. Shit.
I mean, life is
Easy.
already hard and confusing enough, you know?
Right.
Then you throw that other shit in there. It's like, for what, you know?
Right. Yeah. 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 So okay, so we got another 15 minutes. Man, I'm excited. Um. So again, so I guess we got 2 weeks, Kelly, before we hear anything with the Trump case. So it happened last week. So we're looking at, I guess, the
Which
second,
one?
the Fannie Willis case.
Oh, okay, that case. Okay.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. So you know the one, okay, so the one with Jack, okay, so Jack Smith got two cases. He's got one in Florida and he's got one in D.C. The one in D.C.,
Is the insurrection,
the insurrection, yeah, that's correct, yeah.
and then the one in Florida is the documents,
The
right?
documents, yeah, that's correct, yes.
Well, they should cancel that shit because if they gave Joe Biden, um, immunity on his issue with having documents in his car, even though he was only a senator or whatever the hell they want to say,
Right.
um, there should be presidential immunity in certain things.
Well,
I can,
that's what the next thing they're looking at. Okay, so SCOTUS they just took care of, and by the way, the Democrats are still trying to take Trump off the ballot, but the damn Supreme Court said Trump did not. Well, oh no, no, I ain't gonna say. Basically, you can't take Trump off the ballot for some insurrection that
yeah,
he
for
didn't
sure.
commit. So that's what the Supreme Court said. But now they're saying the Democrats want to take him off some other kind of way. I'm just like, whatever, dude. Y'all just don't know when to stop. Like the Supreme Court said, no, Trump was in the right. So they really gonna flip out on the presidential immunity. So now that's the next thing the Supreme Court is gonna look at is the
Right.
presidential immunity. Man, when they find out Trump got president, they gonna lose their goddamn minds.
No, they'll be all right.
They gonna lose their damn mind.
I'm gonna I'm gonna go flip my roast and
Okay,
get on the laptop. I got it turned on, and
okay.
then I'm gonna come hit the link. You're not? Are you letting anybody up?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Okay.
wanna,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, cause I haven't even clicked yesterday yet. I still got it on private.
Oh, I edited. Yeah, I edited. I just went because it was only two parts. They did that. They porn bomb. So I went on ahead. You can do it on YouTube. They got the tools now.
Yeah, I haven't used it in a while, so I
Okay,
didn't want to really mess with it today. Cause I'm
okay.
like, man, I have to learn this all over again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I did it right when I got home. I did it. It took like, well, it wasn't quick, but I had to go. I had to look at it, and then I found the two parts when they did it, and I just blurted out, and then yeah, uploaded it, re-uploaded it. But yeah, so
You
it's
clipped it out or you blurred it out?
I blurred it out.
So okay, so YouTube Studio or just go in there and they have the
Hmm.
tools to just do that, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Go to the editor. When you click on editor, it'll be like it'll be like, okay, so there'll be like a little screen with the actual video, and then there'll be like a little timeline, and then it'll be like the choices, and it'll say blur, and then when you click it, it'll give you all these different, like, you want to blur it in a box, do you want to blur it in a circle, do you want to blur it starting at this time and
Got
stop
it.
at this. Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of, yeah, it takes a minute to get familiar with it. But once you get familiar with it, I'll go, oh yeah, this is easy. And then it's just a matter of just going through it. Like I said, it's just two spots where they did the porn bomb. And once you do that, blur it out, then you press save, and then it'll re-upload it. And
Perfect.
yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go do that and then I'll be back to hopefully I can work the simulcast thing again.
Okay, okay.
All
Cool.
right.
Well, all
I'll
right.
see you in a few.
Okay, cool. All right, y'all. I'm a simulcast Roslyn. Her name is Roland. Let me get her page real quick. She's a YouTuber. Y'all go support this sister right here. I like. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, we got another. Okay, we got another few minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to hold on. Yeah, let me go to Roland's page. Hold on, raw reviews. There we go. All right. Let me click on her page. Click on this sister's page, man. Okay, I'm gonna share. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. I can't share her page. She's monetized. Yep. Let's see. Okay, hold on, y'all. I was gonna play her video, but she's monetized, so I don't want to interfere with her monetization. So let me find another channel. Let's see, blocked. Your browser has blocked your screen. Click icon. Reload the page. What the hell? Oh shit. Can y'all see me? Hold on, man. This thing's tripping. Uh oh. Hold on, y'all. Uh oh. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Oh shit. Let me make sure. Oh shit. Damn. Oh, this thing's acting crazy. Okay, so we still got another. Okay, we got it. Okay. So yeah, sorry, Callie, man. My damn internet did the hiccup. Did a hiccup real quick. So hold on. Let me see. See what's going on here. Okay, it did a little hiccup, but okay, I guess we're back. Okay, so yeah, like I was telling Kelly, I wonder if they're gonna let it now. If the judge, if he's already, he might just already say, you know what, nah, Fanny, you're disqualified. But if he needs more evidence, which the judge done not only looked at the phone towers being pinged, I'm sure he's gonna take that in consideration, and the texts. Also, like I said, these two new witnesses, man, I'm sure. I'm. I mean, I don't know how the legal stuff works with the judge, what he's looking at, but from where I see it, it's overwhelming, y'all. It's overwhelming. But again, I'm sure there's some technicalities. I know he's got to really comb through it because, both sides are threatening to appeal. So Trump side's threatening to appeal, and I'm sure Fannie Willis, I don't know why she would want to appeal, but I'm sure just her in her mind state and her ignorance, she'll try to damn appeal that shit. Because hell, if she hadn't backed out by now and said, you know what, let me back away, she might damn judge might be like, no. If she's disqualified again, so okay, so another thing I didn't mention, you guys, and this is related to it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, no, not Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm sorry. Ashley Merchant is going to be subpoenaed next week in the Georgia Senate for the same case. So that's going to be interesting. Now, the Georgia Senate has the power to not only, they have power to seize any monies. I'm sorry, any monies going to the DA's office, so they could starve her out, and I'm pretty much believe they can also get rid of her also. But I don't know if they has to go through the House and then the Senate, or vice versa. Like I think both in the House have to agree to it. Um, but there's something about that. So the Senate is going to petition her, but the House has already wrote up articles impeachment. So the lady from Cherokee County, her name, y'all forgive me, I can't remember her name right now, but the Congress already started the process of articles of impeachment. So now the Senate, so I think they're just going to come together like a sandwich in Fanny. But yeah, so Ashley Merchant will be testifying. She will be answering a subpoena coming next week in regards to the Fannie Willis case. So like I said, as I was explaining to Kelly, is that okay? So we're in the courtroom right now with oh God, I forgot the goddamn judge's name. So Any punishments won't come from the current. The only punishment that we'll see from this current case is disqualification. The trouble comes with the other people coming. Like I said, you potentially got the IRS coming, you got the Fulton County Commission Board coming, you got the Georgia Senate coming, and you got the Georgia House coming. And then, not to mention, also up there with Jim Jordan in D.C., you got the House Judiciary up in D.C. that want to know about those federal funds. So, yeah, she's got trouble. And then the ethics, which you got the Senate, and then you got the ethics. The ethics board are the ones who pulls your license. So that's a whole separate entity. So she's looking at possibly, did I count five different entities there? Ethics board, Senate, House Judiciary, and Fulton County Commission. Yeah, those are five entities. Not to mention the case that's still going is will disqualify her, but these entities, and I think did I mention the IRS? So yeah, these people are going to, all these other entities outside of the court are interested in this case. They're all interested in this case. So let me see. She said the Trump Manhattan case, Alvin Bragg's. Oh yeah, Alvin Bragg's. Yeah, Alvin Bragg's case. Trump Manhattan case starts March 25th. Oh, so that's next week. The Alvin Bragg's case. Yeah, yep, New York. Yeah, New York, man. Oof, New York cases. And so charges stemming from hush money, payments to porn star Daniels. Right, right, right. Indictments say Trump falsified payments in the Trump Organization corporate records and never reported the money on campaign finance documents. Okay, right. So that's the Stormy Daniels thing. Yes. See and hear you. Okay, okay, okay. That was my mic check earlier. Okay. And Kelly said much, much more trouble come for Fannie. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, there's more agencies that are interested in this case, Callie. And like I said, um, I think the last agency to come after her is going to be the IRS. They're going to be they're going to wait. They're going to look at all these other cases. They're going to be the very last to come. The IRS is going to just sit back in the cut. The second to the last is going to be the Fulton County Commissions because they allocate funds also. So you got two entities that are interested in the money: the IRS and the Fulton County Commission. They want to like, oh, okay, we need to account for this money. Not to mention, so that's the state, not to mention the federal funds. The federal funds, Jim Jordan, they're going to want to know, well, you had a whistleblower complaining about money being misappropriated. So they're going to have long trials on that. And they already have a witness. The girl they fired, Fannie Willis fired some lady. Her name was Timpson. Her name was Timpson. And she was fired by Fannie Willis. And Jim Jordan and Marjorie Taylor Greene and the whole judiciary up there in D.C. has been talking to this lady. So they're gonna want to see some receipts, and we all know Fannie Willis is not good with receipts. She prefers to put money under her bed mattress there, under her pillow. So that's going to be very interesting. So they're going to want to see some receipts, and we'll see how that goes. Because like I said, she go up there in D.C. with no receipts. That's not going to be a good look. That's not going to be a good look. So she's going to have to produce some receipts for. I believe here in Atlanta, it was like a gang youth program. So she's going to have to show money for the gang youth program, and it was something else. The money, the youth program, the gang prevention, or was it one and the same? I don't know if it was a gang prevention and youth program, but it might be one and the same. Okay, Kelly's back. All right, Kelly. Are they
Okay.
starting?
I haven't seen anything yet, but I haven't been really paying attention, I guess.
Okay, okay. Because the
Yeah, they
second.
started 2 minutes ago.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, so let me play it in the background. Damn.
It keeps signing me out. I just hate this, man.
What is your internet? Oh shit.
No, it keeps signing. StreamYard keeps.
Oh, StreamYard. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let me share the screen. Okay, so they just talking right now.
Yeah, if they're not talking about nothing, I'm just trying to figure out how to.
Oh,
Can you
hold
hear me
on.
still?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
294.
Let's see. Share screen and is that it? Super Tuesday. There we go. Boom. Uh-oh.
Have one race officially called by Decision Desk. I believe Virginia is in the bag for President Trump. We could
Trump just won Virginia.
soon. Everybody
He
here is very
did?
Yep.
excited. The room is getting
That's
packed.
what's
I
up.
don't think there's going to be
Yep.
any standing room at all.
So yeah, I guess we'll hear from the East Coast. So Virginia, let's see how many points that is. Oh shit.
Oh, then I have to push stream that. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let me blow the screen up just a little bit here. Can you hear it? Can y'all hear it?
It's low for me, but yeah, I have to let you have to.
It's low. Okay. I don't want to drown you out though. But yeah, they called Virginia already for Trump. So okay. So they're in they're in Mar-a-Lago? Yep, they're in Florida.
Yeah, hopefully, unless it's somebody you know or a name you know, let's not let the creepos on.
Okay, got you. Yeah. I know.
If
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
cool with that, I'm not trying
No,
to.
I'm cool. Yeah. No, I thought those were your people. That's why I was like, okay, let me let them. I don't be getting. I'm shadow banned, babe. I don't be getting that many people. Shoot, I'm shadow banned, so I don't do not get that many people.
That's why I say. That's why I was telling Tim, right? Like
Yeah.
it's with the posts and stuff, you can get the subscribers, but coming into a chat room is a whole other story. Like
Okay.
pe- people are busy. They have lives. You know how it
Yeah.
goes.
Yeah. Oh, Trump just skipped North Carolina.
Let me see if I can how it sounds on the other.
Okay. I mean, I can turn it up if you want me to.
Yes, it is pinned to the top of our website right now. You can go to rsbnetwork.com and click the post that says Super Tuesday
Yeah,
results
it's really
from
low.
all 15
Okay,
states. And at
hold
the
on.
very bottom, there's
Okay,
a
hold on.
delegate
How's
tracker.
that?
So you will be able to see in real
Yep,
time how
that's
many
better.
delegates have been awarded to
Okay.
President Trump.
All right, and again, we will be here. The East Coast has closed, and those results are coming in. Again, he's won
Hey,
Virginia
Cindy.
and also North Carolina. We are waiting for the Central Time Zone to change or to close. That is in about 27 minutes, and once that happens, we'll have more states to call as well. So stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Hey, we're watching our phones tonight. They're very important on an everyday basis, but especially here on election night. And I wanted to tell you about a company that you should definitely try out. It's called Connecta Mobile, and all of the information is on your screens. Like us, we live on our phones. They're very important tonight for election night. Whether you're banking, shopping, connecting with loved ones, whatever the case may be, we always have our phones in the palm of our hand. And the digital shadows are rogue apps watching your every move. There's been a lot of talk about that. How secure are these apps? We just don't know. Are they making you paranoid? Are they prying into your personal information? Well, it's time to take a stand and get connected with Connecta Mobile. It's a secure mobile entity, so you can secure your mobile world today. Now, leveraging military-grade encryption, they shield your data, ensuring your conversations and information stay private. That's a big concern these days.
Very important.
Just like the pros. You will be able to speak freely again with privacy secure call feature. So empower your digital life starting at just $35 a month. That's it. To know that everything's private, it's worth it.
that's low
$35
cost.
a month, can't beat that price. Connecta Mobile. You get encrypted device data and conversations, no data tracking, and a free secure phone with trade-in. So don't let your privacy be compromised. There is all of the information on your screen. Phone123.com. Again, that's phone123.com. Or you can call that number right there on your screen, 941-300-1330. Again, that's 941-300-1330. Take control right now and call that number or log on to that website. And don't worry about your privacy, because your privacy will be secure from here on out.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier than that.
Yes, absolutely. And so, again, we always worry about it. We're concerned about it. You always wonder or hear a lot in the news, is Alexa listening to my conversations? People just
They're all
worry
listening.
who's listening to what. Well, with this company, you don't have to worry about it any longer. Let's take a look behind us, Grace. I just want to give people an idea of what it looks like here tonight at Mar-a-Lago. Packed house. The party has started as President Trump has already been called the winner for Virginia and also North Carolina. North Carolina, 74 delegates were up for grabs. Virginia, 48 delegates for grabs. And so it's looking like President Trump is extending his lead in his attempt to secure the Republican nomination. So we have more states to go tonight. We'll be with you here all night long. I'm seeing Brian Glenn walking in, so he's walked through security, so he'll be joining us momentarily. We have a lot of interviews for you coming up tonight. Christina Ball, we're going to try to get her in a little bit. We're also going to get Alina Habba, President Trump's attorney. Christina, also an attorney for President Trump. We're also going to get some state reps as well. So stick around as we talk about some of the court cases that President Trump is facing, as well as how important tonight's wins are in the race for the nomination. And also, we'll also talk about why is Nikki Haley still in the race. So a lot to unpack here tonight for Super Tuesday. We're really excited to be here with you. Also, Grace, I'm going to let you talk about it because this is just a wonderful company, Birch Gold.
Birch Gold is an awesome company. They've been with us for a long time supporting our network. They support patriots like you. And we strongly recommend protecting your investments right now with gold. You can text Trump to 989898. And I'm telling you right now that no other gold company is as good as Birch Gold. So make sure you support them. Send them a quick text. It's really easy. Text Trump to 989898.
Now, let's tell you a little bit about the importance of converting your funds. Election fraud, a pandemic, border crisis after border crisis, and everything in between. 2020 was a year no one will forget. 2024 looks like it might be the same. Biden's non-existent border policies are producing contagious diseases not seen for decades. The 2.5 million recorded migrant encounters at the U.S.-Mexico border in 2023 represent a new all-time high, and it's getting worse. These illegal immigrants are coming from countries with terrible health care standards, which is driving a resurgence of rare diseases and bringing about new ones. So
we were just talking about that.
Birch Gold is an awesome sponsor, so support them. Text Trump to 989898. And
we were. I wanted to see.
Yeah, uncertain times, uncertain about your future, IRAs, 401ks. Definitely go to Birch Gold. They will have a representative call you. They have a 5+ or A+ rating, that is. 5 stars is what they have with the Better Business Bureau. That means they have nothing but satisfied customers, and we want you to be a satisfied customer as well. Birch Gold. Text the word Trump, 989898. Okay, let's talk about the website, how important our website is.
I want to tell you guys about how important our website is. I want to let you know that you need to go to rsbnetwork.com right now, because we are going to be posting lots of live updates tonight about every race that is called. And there's going to be 15 states that are up for election tonight. We know President Trump is going to sweep them in a landslide. We're very confident about that. So Summer Lane and Lauren Bratton are going to be writing up on all of that. We're going to post it on our website all throughout the night as these races are called. So make sure you go to rsbnetwork.com and read all of those, and check out our other news too. All of this will be posted on our social media platforms as well. We are everywhere. We are on X, Facebook, Getter, Gab, Truth Social, Telegram. If social media exists, we are. So follow us at RSB Network and stay with us on Truth Social as well. President Trump's favorite platform. It's his very own platform. He's posting all of these updates that we're posting as well. You'll be able to see when each of these races are called. So make sure you follow us there at RSBN.
It's a nice crowd.
We will be bringing you all of the latest.
Yeah.
Our writers work very, very hard day in and day out to
I think
curate
that's
all these
Mar-a-Lago
stories for you and get you the latest on America First updates.
All right. Yes. Make sure you follow us on social media and also our website, rsbnetwork.com. We are watching the doors open here to the ballroom, and it is absolutely packed in here already. People still coming in as invite only into this special event to watch the results come in at President Trump's home. Okay, let's take a look real quick. I'm going to grab the list here of some of the states that are running in Super Tuesday today. We have Alabama with 50 delegates up for grabs, Alaska, Arkansas, California. We'll talk more about that here in a moment. Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, and Virginia. Again, Virginia and North Carolina have now been called for President Trump. The state with the most delegates up for grabs is California with 169 delegates.
Damn.
169 delegates, and on that note, Brian Glenn is right here.
He is.
Will be
We're
joining,
gonna,
and I will hop off.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Melissa, take it away while I...
Yep. So California is definitely, we're going to wait for Brian Glenn. California is the state with the most delegates up for grabs tonight with 169, Texas falling right behind them with 161. So if Trump can pull both of those states tonight, that's a huge boost for him with Texas and California. So we'll see if he can bring it home here tonight on Super Tuesday. But again, 2 states called, a lot more to go. Brian, so good to see you. You are a busy man.
You know what? There's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
And the re-entry line was a little bit longer than I thought, so it took me a few minutes to get in here. You did.
You needed that little break because you were a busy man last night and back at it again tonight.
You know what's incredible, Vanessa, is I can't tell you how many people have come up to me, not only like here, but had messaged me on social media and said, it was amazing last night. And I just got to do a shout out to everyone behind the camera, because as you know, in television production, it's much more than us just talking to each other.
Yeah.
It's the cameras, it's the lights, it's the production, it's the switching, it's all of the things that creates television magic. Everyone back in the studio made last night possible, and I just think it's wonderful. And shout out, but yeah, we basically had a very busy night, and I can't tell how many people that in the networks have come up to me and say, that was a great job last night. You know, people that when you get the CNNs and the NBC and you get the network people telling you that, you know you did something right. So shout out to Right Side for getting it right last night.
Yeah, well, we have a great crew here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It always takes a team, and so team worked hard together. And, of course, you know, I always brag on President Trump's team as well. They're great to work with. So between the two, we tried to bring you a great show, great town hall pre-show for Super Tuesday last night. Hope you enjoyed it and got some information from that. But yeah, we asked the real questions, what people want to know, Brian, and we'll get to all of that tonight. We have a lot to unpack, but immigration and economy, and a new poll just out moments ago before I came in said with the Republicans that are voting this Super Tuesday, that is their 2 main concerns, immigration leading the way and then economy.
Yeah, I was just looking at North Carolina here, and Trump is killing it right now across the board. It's going to be interesting how these races play out, and immigration is the number one issue, and the border amongst all voters. It doesn't matter what state they're in right now, if you're in Texas or if you're in North Carolina or Michigan. It's all about the border. And so I really think you're going to see voters turn out tonight and throughout the day. And as we have most of these polls have already closed. Now, what's interesting is the West Coast. You've got California closes at 8 p.m.
Byron Donalds.
Okay, Byron Donalds. Okay.
Yeah. If I forget.
Oh, okay.
The president makes his remarks scheduled at 10:15, from what I'm told. Now, it could be in the 9 o'clock hour, but right now I would just kind of budget, if you will, on a 10:15 response from the president. But it's going to be interesting. But the bigger question, Vanessa, that everyone is asking is what happens to Nikki Haley after tonight if Trump is able to sweep these states. And I don't know if you saw the statements by Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia, who actually encouraged Nikki Haley to stay in the fight despite perhaps losing all states tonight, going into Georgia, going into Arizona, going to some other states. Now, his quote here, and I'm just quoting you, if the money continues to flow in, and I'm paraphrasing here for the most part, but Brian Kemp says, if people are still willing to donate to Nikki Haley, then you should just stay in the race. Now, that is nothing but a collection of revenue, in my opinion, because if there's no clear path to victory, then you're just in it for the money.
Yeah.
Even though you can't win.
Well, that's one of the ideas behind it, Brian. Nobody can really figure out why she's still in it, but we can only assume after talking to top election strategists and political analysts that it's because she's hoping that something happens with one of his trials or his cases and that he will be kicked off the ballot. We'll get into the Supreme Court decision this week here in a little bit. Or she's just making money. She's making so much money because her career is pretty much done for right now because the conservatives, the MAGA movement, Republicans are so upset and mad about her still staying in this race. I think she's pretty much done for. So she's got to make enough money to just get through the rest of life. Like, she's making money right now.
Yeah, well, and it is a political suicide, in my opinion.
Yes.
I was talking to some people right before I came on. That's pretty much what held me up outside of this room, was the fact that political consultants right now are being employed by this let's go get Trump mentality. Let's stop Trump at the ballot box, even though if you look at the polling, and we talked about this last night, Vanessa, the polling does not reflect that. So this is nothing but keeping people in your campaign employed. Now, can we blame people that want to continue to take a paycheck in this political environment? I mean, look, not really. I mean, it's a job and they know it. It's short-lived. They want to make as much money as they can right now. But the reality is the American people have voiced their opinion in these polls and these elections tonight, and they don't want anybody else other than Donald J. Trump to be the nominee.
You would think, but then when Nikki Haley comes out after she loses, but kind of still gives a victory speech each time she loses a state, she'll say there's still a lot more Americans who need to vote. They haven't been able to voice their opinions yet. But if you look at the polls where Donald Trump is leading by 20, 30, 40 plus points, 50 points, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
it doesn't add up.
I see that CNN projects that Biden and Trump both have won their primaries in North Carolina.
Correct.
So that's
Decision
wrapped
Desk
up there.
has, and Virginia as well. So Decision Desk, that is, has called
And
Virginia
that's fairly
North
close
Carolina.
after the polls are closed.
Yes.
Like, it's not
You're on
that
the
late
East
here
Coast.
locally.
No.
So
Yeah. So we're still waiting on a couple more states. Central time zones should be wrapping up. Their polls should be closing here in about 12 minutes, and so we're expecting some of those states in the Central time zone to be called here in the next 15 minutes or so. So it's going to be an interesting, long night for us, but we're ready for it. Big party. I've been waiting for this night for a very long time, Brian. I was waiting to vote. I did the happy dance out of the.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I did a little happy dance coming out of the polls, voting, because I've been waiting 3 years, and a lot of Americans feel the same way.
yeah, they do. And then that's why they're showing up, and that's why they're voicing opinion. I'm just looking around. I'm thinking, my God, there's a lot of people in here.
It is, and if we're not expecting President Trump to speak
tonight.
for a couple of hours, it could be
A lot of people here.
a long,
Well, you know what?
fun night,
I
but they're having
see
a good time.
Latinos for Trump just
Yes.
walked in. which is nice.
Forgiato Blow was with them just a moment ago.
You know, but this is where all of MAGA, whether or not you're worked on the campaign, whether or not you're a social media influencer, whether or not you're a political, you're somebody in politics. Like I know that we're going to have a few Congress people come up here a little bit later. We're going to have Alina Habab come up here as well, the Trump's attorney, who's going to talk a little bit about the legal cases that are unfolding, in these various states, which is going to be nice. So this is kind of like a, if you will, kind of a who's who.
It really is.
If you worked in the Trump campaign, because tonight is your chance to take a victory lap and say, look, all this hard work that we've done, and I will say Vanessa and I and Grace and the entire right side team up to this point, there's a lot of, this is where we celebrate in a way that what we're doing right now is making a difference.
It really is. You talked about a victory lap, and I really thought about doing a lap because Mar-a-Lago is huge. I'm in high hills. I don't know about that type of victory lap. I will celebrate tonight. We had to park. If you look at a picture, an aerial of Mar-a-Lago, and there's a big grass field between the home and the water. That's where we parked, and it was a long walk. It doesn't look like that on a picture that it would be that far, but this is a big piece of property. Only worth $18 million.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the nicest $18 million house I've ever seen. And it was funny. I was going to actually open up with that last night, about that. I was going to, once I intro the president, my first line was going to be, Mr. President, I'm honored to be in your $18 million home here.
I'm just looking around. I think this room alone's more than $18 million, Brian.
I was going to say that and use kind of open as a joke, but these lawsuits are ridiculous, and we all know that. I mean, they're based on nothing, and of course, we can talk a little bit later about the latest lawsuit from Fani Willis and who she is targeting next. I mean, it's crazy what the left is trying to do right now, Vanessa. And all in effort to stop Trump and stop the Republican Party.
And how has it backfired on her? So she thought she was going to go after Trump. She released that mugshot. She made sure he was going to give that mugshot and that it was going to be released to the public, and immediately it backfired. He had so many people from all walks of life actually start supporting him instead of backing away when that mugshot was released. Now she has this case on her and Nathan Wade where they're, coming to light what's going on in their personal relationship, which interfered with their business relationship, which led to them going off of Trump or after Trump. So talk about the backfire of the century. I'm loving this case.
No, I'm loving this case, and they're asking for it because she could not wait to get up out of her seat and run to the courtroom and say, obviously, I'm the next person, the witness on the stand. Obviously, you want to talk to me about this case because I'm Fani Willis. I think she was a desperate attempt for limelight here. I think she wanted to do anything she could to get on television and try to turn this narrative around that she's like, I'm not the one on trial. He's the one on trial.
I was eating my popcorn during that first day of testimony.
But you know what? In a way, what she was doing, Vanessa, is the exact opposite of what an attorney would tell you to do in this particular instance, that you don't say anything more. Let me tell you something. If you've ever brought in a court of law, if someone asks you a question, you answer the question, and that's it. You don't go on down some rabbit hole about something else. And that's exactly what she did. And by the point of her doing that, she actually admitted of keeping excess funds, campaign funds, for her personal use, which is a complete violation of campaign finance rules. So what she did is incriminated herself in some potential crimes. Now, whether or not she'll be charged with them, I don't know. But that was a classic example of what not to do if you're on trial as a witness.
And you think she would know that.
Yeah. By the way, Christina Bobb will join us here a little bit later. I know she's here in the house. I see her right over there. So she will join us a little bit later and to talk about these lawsuits as well as, she's obviously entrenched in that Trump legal camp. So we're looking forward to talking to her. But, hey, we're looking forward to talking to you the rest of the night. Now, Trump is scheduled to speak about 10:15, so it's a little bit later originally than we thought. But nevertheless, we'll have all the updates on the races on your screen as well. Plus, we're going to play back that a little bit of that interview that we had last night with President Trump.
Can't wait for it. Love to see it again. I don't think I can watch it enough, Brian. It was a great interview. We're going to take a quick time out here to tell you about Angel Paste Miracle Cream. This is a new one that I'd love to tell you about. It's made with no chemicals and zero water. It will never dry out your skin like lotions made overseas. Handcrafted in Texas and sourced in the USA. It's made of a blend of food-grade plant and nut oils. Absolutely none of the corporate poison we know is in almost everything else. So this luxury, rich cream immerses your skin in deep, soothing moisture, helping heal dryness.
Okay, they're doing a little commercial, y'all.
Okay,
I'll put it
yeah.
in the background. Yeah. So what were you saying about Byron Donalds?
Well, I was listening to his speech at CPAC, and I
Okay.
like him. I did look up his background. I see he had, he switched parties probably about 10, 12 years ago, something like that. But
Okay.
I
He.
like the guy. I just think that he's maybe, I don't know if I kind of got bored with the speech, a little bit. Like,
Right.
but I do like him. I think he's a good guy, and he's
Okay.
from. I think he's from the, maybe not the. He's from one of the boroughs. I know that Harlem, Bronx. I'm not sure what it is.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
he's from
So,
in New York.
so
Okay.
yeah, and I think he came from a single parent household. So, he has a lot of experience in things that Trump somebody necessarily
Tonight, if
wouldn't.
he's able to
Right.
scoop up the
Oh shit. Sorry about that.
So
Um.
I think he should get a slot for sure.
Okay. Okay.
So
So. Okay. Okay. Byron Donalds. Yeah, because I know. Yeah, and he's the youngest one. He's the youngest,
yeah, for sure.
from what I
That's for
understand.
me. That's
Yeah.
another good aspect.
Right.
That
Right. Yeah.
he's a
Yeah.
younger dude. So
Yeah. Yeah. He's
that
definitely
helps
young.
him be able to relate a little better.
Right. Yeah, the judge in the Fanny case is young. Damn, I didn't even know, but because of his bald spot, I thought he was older, man. But that dude's only like in his 30s. I was like, damn, what the
Yeah, I'm not
hell? I
so
guess,
man. I'm not so. I don't. I'm not so cool with what's his name, McAfee.
McAfee, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you getting bad vibes from him?
I think he's a little too nice.
Right,
But
yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, a lot of people complained about that. Yeah,
yeah,
a lot of people complained about that. Yeah, that he was like a pushover, you know.
and
I kind of got that too. Yeah, I kind of got that vibe.
um, but when talking to other people, I also understand that you know this is the good thing about keeping yourself amongst people that will tell you the truth and give their aspect. I have to understand that he has to do a job and stay away from being biased either way, right?
Right,
Because it's about following the law. In my mind, and
right.
your mind too, it's probably cut and dry, right? Like,
Yeah.
hey, we know, but for him, it's he can't just do that. That's all.
Well, what's cut and dry for me is the technology. Like I said, the text messages, the pinging, the towers. So a person might be like, well, you know what, Fanny sounds believable, or this person sounds. So in order to alleviate all that, I'm the type of person to just look at the phone records. Like, what does the phone say? So
Right,
I'm
right.
just I'm just a person that hey, look, I ain't gotta try to figure out body language and if this person is sweating and let's look at the phone records. So that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at look, the phone records say this. You know what I'm saying? And the text is and hell it spells out booty call.
Yeah, it's not too
So
complicated, right?
right. But I understand the whole you gotta look fair, so you gotta do by the law, but I mean it's like how do you beat text messages and phone towers? Like, how do you beat that? How do you get around that?
I don't recall.
Right. Right. I mean, you're right, and right, he did that, right? And but
I don't
see,
recall.
right, I don't recall, right? Oh my God, that was oh man,
It's freaking
that,
hilarious. Oh,
Oh man, that guy.
I see the Latinos for Trump crew in
Yeah, the
there.
rappers. Yep.
Yep. I
Yep.
like them.
Yeah, I like
Um,
them too, man. Yeah.
they're pretty cool. I seen a short with them saying that they try to buy them out, you know.
Oh, for
That,
real?
yeah, that they got proposition, but they weren't
Oh
going.
wow, they weren't
Yeah.
going for it. Okay, okay, I can see that. I mean, yeah, they're talented, so I can see them trying to. So, is what the Democrats try to buy them out?
They didn't specify, but I'm assuming,
Okay, okay,
you know,
okay.
they throw their money around. That's their weight.
Exactly, exactly,
I mean, I said it
exactly.
myself. Clearly, we don't do this for money, Black Sun, right?
Right, right. Of course, nah.
There's no real money in this. This isn't about
Mm-mm,
money.
mm-mm.
It's about, making the country great, right? And
Exactly.
and that's what I liked about Trump too. And when he went to the BCF,
Hmm. Yeah, he
he
showed out when he went to that. He showed
yeah,
out,
yeah,
man.
and
Yeah,
people try to flip it, right? And
yeah,
and use it against him like he said something wrong, but he actually was like, "Hey, make America great again." But for some people, it hasn't always been great, right? So
yeah, yeah.
he
You got to right.
acknowledges, what it is, and for people to expect anything different, that's lame. And Trump, quiet. Trump ain't, he's always been, he's got a little swag about himself for being an 80-year-old man, right? He's been in New York City.
Right,
So, he cracked a couple jokes, and you know how it goes. People will try to take that and spin that too.
right. But you know what's interesting about that statement, "Make America Great Again"? Trump. Okay, so when I think about "Make America Great Again," it's just me. Uh, I know you know people from Detroit when Detroit was booming, right?
Yeah, yeah. The auto industry, they had
The
a bunch
auto
of,
industry.
yeah, yep.
Yeah, they and because my favorite cars are like muscle cars. I love like old Chevelles. I'm probably talking a foreign language right now, but like
No, no, I'm right there
okay,
with you. Yeah.
okay. So to me, that was when America's was at its greatest. I mean, you had, all right, y'all. I'm about to get on my damn soapbox now. You had the Chevelle, you had the Nova, you had the Dodge Charger, you had the old school. I mean, these were great to
Don't
me.
forget the
The Oldsmobile
Hertz
hearse,
Folds.
yeah,
That was one of my
yeah,
favorite with the
Oldsmobile.
T
Yep,
tops and the swivel seats. Yeah,
yep.
yeah. They
What about the Barracuda? The
the
Barracuda, the GTO.
yeah, the GTO, that's one of my
Yeah,
stepdad's. The Impala, but
the
the
Impala,
Impala
the
stayed good
Camaro.
for decades.
It
Yeah,
did
yeah.
right. The Biscayne,
Oh my
the
God,
Caprice.
the
Yeah,
Biscayne.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
So to me, those cars represented the height of American culture. So
Okay,
when they say "Make America Great Again," I think about Detroit and the muscle cars. That's what comes to me.
okay.
What a lot of people don't understand because they don't understand Trump's background, his family came after that period. His family, so his dad comes from Sweden and his mom comes from what's that country above England? Scotland. That's where his roots come from. A lot of people think that he comes from Germany. No,
Yeah,
by
yeah.
way of Germany. Yeah, he's not German.
Okay.
He's half Swedish and he's half Scottish. That's his background. And they came by way of. So you got a lot of play when people come from Europe. They come through Germany by way of Germany. So you know what I'm saying? Like my sister, when she went to Qatar, she went by way of England. So she has to go through England, and then she went to Qatar. So I say that to say this: people people think that Trump is like some old plantation owner, and Trump he was here during slavery and he owned slaves. It's like no, no, that's not Trump. Family wasn't even here.
Jeez, man. Yeah, they
So
kill me with this. Being a Nazi and his
right, yeah,
dad,
yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah,
That's
it's like,
yeah.
eh. But Callie is reprimanding us in the chat room that we are forgetting the Roadrunner.
Oh, the Roadrunner. Oh, yeah, the Roadrunner. The Dodge
Yeah, yeah,
Daytona. Yeah, 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 yeah. So, yeah, Kelly, though, look. That to me represent, like I said, the muscle car is the symbol of American excellence. You know what I'm saying? Of American
man.
excellence. In fact, let me go
That's
ahead.
one of
Oh,
my
go ahead.
favorite things, Blackson. I hear dual exhausts.
Oh, yeah.
I had a man. I've had a few cars. I'm not going to get into that, but
Yeah.
I
So this
enjoy
is,
fast cars.
yeah, I don't know if y'all can see that. Oh, yeah, it's kind of
Kinda.
blurry.
It says muscle
But
car
yeah.
Chevy, I think, right?
Yeah, no, that's a Roadrunner. That's a
Oh,
road
okay.
runner. And then that's, yeah, it's kind of blurry, man. My damn
Yeah, it's a
camera's
little
not that
blurry.
good.
Yeah.
But it's a whole calendar of muscle cars. But yeah, to me, that's the, okay, so Joker said GT Satellite. Yeah, yeah, that's a good car. Yeah, these muscle cars are a symbol of America at its height. You know what I'm saying? And when they were making these muscle cars, you had people from around the world coming to Detroit for these jobs. And so that to me was like not only the original melting pot, but everybody was like had houses, they had a two-car
Yeah.
garage, you know what I'm saying? It was just
Could
like
afford it.
it was a good time.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's what I think about. So yeah, so when Trump made that statement, well, America when he's made that statement about black people, all I could think about was black people during the time of the Detroit muscle car boom. We had more black, and if you look at some of these old like Time magazines back in the '60s, you had a lot of black prominent families back then, man, because you had a majority of black people. Because
I,
remember, a lot of white people went to Vietnam, so a lot of black people stayed here and they worked in the factory. So you had plenty of black people working. So that's why I was just like, so I heard that statement, but then I'm like, we can't fall into the stereotype, is what I'm saying.
See, for me,
Because I remember the muscle car era.
I assume that when he said that, he was like acknowledging like 400 years ago, like slavery, right?
Oh, okay,
So
right.
when I heard that, that's how I interpreted it. So see, we
Okay,
both interpreted it differently, right? But
exactly, right.
in my mind, 80s and 90s, for me, uh, quote unquote, race relations were great. You know what I'm saying? People could,
Right,
um, be able, you could still crack jokes. People could get along. We didn't have like all this dissension that I'm seeing. I mean, for me, in my experience, I didn't,
right,
I'm 45, but I don't remember it being like it is now.
right.
Just
What's
saying.
DI? Yeah, we're in the DEI era now. So yeah, of course it's
Hey,
going.
Scrimshaw. Hey, Nana J. How's everybody doing? Good to see you guys. But yeah, it's interesting to say the least. But Trump clearly, like I said, he's not some naive. And let's use this. Both women, both of his wives. Okay, these
Hmm.
women have been not only respectable to him, but they've been good women. I never
Yeah,
heard what's her name? Ivana. Is that how you say it? The one that's deceased now? Ivana.
Yvonne.
I
Yeah,
never
as
heard
far as
her
yeah.
take shots at him like that.
Mm-mm.
Never. So what kind of a man, just saying, a lot of ex-wives would get on different platforms or, wherever and take shots at her ex-husband. I didn't really hear that from her. So, I mean, he has to be doing something right. People try to
Hmm.
insult him, but I'm sorry. To have respect from women like that, where they're not running around, like the ones he's actually dealt with, not women that just come make up stuff.
Hmm.
Like what's Tiffany's mom's name? Marla. I think Marla Maples or something. Is that her name? Marla Maples. I mean, I don't really even hear her doing it. So
Hmm.
I'm just saying he had to have done something right.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I agree. Okay, so I think Trump
You
just
want to
won.
check and see what they're talking about?
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Squeeze. We got a lot of
Here
neighbors
on
around
Media
us.
Row, yes.
Yeah. They'll do whatever they can to get this man in office. So it doesn't matter about these lawsuits, Vanessa. It just doesn't matter.
I'm looking to your left right now, seeing senior campaign advisor Jason Miller. I can't imagine the work his advisors put in and day out. His campaign
Right back.
managers, his
Everybody.
advisors. It's just a team of people who are just the brains. Donald Trump is the brains, of course, but these are the brains behind him that really give him that push to keep going and make the right decisions.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the whole campaign. Think about this for a second. It's not just about the election right now. It was the post-2020 election where President Trump did like 39 rallies back to back. And then that's before he announced that he's running for president. So this has been going on for 4 years. I likely say, I'm going on my 4-year anniversary here at Right Side. I have been on the road for 4 years straight.
Yeah.
I have slept in more hotels than my home. I have driven more rental cars than my own car. And I've certainly have seen more rally goers than my own family for the most part. But if that's what I'm experiencing, then the Trump team is experiencing the same thing, because they're, if not maybe even more. So this has been just a massive marathon. And Super Tuesday, is it over, Super Tuesday? No, you still have a lot of work to do. This is just, look, Super Tuesday, Vanessa, just confirms everything we've ever believed in this race. The real test is coming up on November 5th, the head-to-head with Biden, and that's where we really, he likes to say, too big to cheat. Too big to rig, rather.
Too big to rig is
That's
the
what
news
happens.
saying that they're coming out with here on the Trump campaign. But it's not just a saying, it is the truth. Make it too big to rig, meaning that you have the biggest turnout for President Trump, that they can't rig the election. We are waiting more results to come in. We'll wait to see if we have Decision Desk as maybe calling Alabama. That should be coming here momentarily. The crowd's giving us a good indication, but
Yeah.
Grace is checking on Decision Desk right now for
There you go,
Alabama.
Decision Desk. I know the crowd's definitely reacting to it, so we'll check on that. But, that's once again, check out another state off the box for President Trump. But we're glad you're joining us here. And let us know in the studio, because I do want to toss, too, the interview with President Trump that we did last night. And, of course, we'll keep giving you a live look here at Mar-a-Lago as we go into the night, in case someone speaks in the process, and we'll continue to put on graphics on the side screen as results get announced. But let us know when you have that queued up, because I do want to toss to it, because that is something that he does answer a lot of questions about Super Tuesday and what people can do.
Absolutely. And then also he talks about how you can volunteer. I know a lot of people ask me, Brian, they may ask you as well, how to be a caucus captain or just a captain on the ground in their state, getting people rallied and to the polls as well. It's that time of year, taxes. Let's talk about Tax Network USA real quick. The experts, let them handle it for you. I still haven't even touched mine. I still have a little bit of time. But you know what? That's what the experts are there for. Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. If you're struggling with back taxes, they're there for you as well. They can also help you in any state. They are licensed in every single state, so no matter where you live, Tax Network USA, the experts can help you with your taxes or back taxes. They actually have over 14 years of experiences, tons of happy customers. All of their customers are just ecstatic about the outcome and how Tax Network USA has helped them. They've actually saved their clients over $1 billion, that's billion with a B, in back taxes. So they can definitely help you as well. They're not just a negotiator, they also protect your assets from the IRS. So now's the time to give them a call. That 1-800 number is on your screen, 1-800-347-357, that is. 357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN. If you're jotting it down right now, that's tnusa.com/RSBN. I want to give you that phone number one more time. That's 1-800-357-1415. Don't let the tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA. Find your path to financial peace of mind. Tax Network USA, Brian.
I love it. Okay, in about 30 seconds, we're going to toss to our interview with President Trump last night that aired. Of course, if you missed it, this is a great time to catch that interview. We talk about Super Tuesday. We talk about how to get out and vote. We also talked about the weaponization of the Department of Justice that's happening to him in all these court cases. So coming up, we're going to keep a live look here at Mar-a-Lago.
We're getting a word that
Tennessee. It looks like
Trump has taken Tennessee.
We'll get a confirmation on that. But until then, we'll have a live look at here in Mar-a-Lago. Until then, here's my interview last night with President Trump.
Are live Mar-a-Lago with President Trump. As we get ready to kick off Super Tuesday tomorrow, it's my honor for the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, joining us for the next 45 minutes or so to talk about Super Tuesday.
Well, it's going to be great. It's tomorrow. It's 15 states, and I hear North Dakota's coming out tonight, and I think we're going to do very well there. The governor's fantastic, and 2 good senators, and they're going to be announcing those results in about an hour, so we might not make it for this show, but I think they'll be good. And we've set records, as you know, with almost every state, just about every state we've been in. We started with Iowa, and we went to New Hampshire, and we were just knocking them dead. New Hampshire, we had the most votes in history. Iowa, we had the biggest margin in history ×2. And Nevada was record, all records. I mean, something's really fantastic happening out there, Brian. And we're very happy to be a part of it, all of us together. We're happy to be a part of it. The country wants help. They're screaming for help. I really believe it, with millions and millions of people coming in illegally, and they're coming from places unknown, and they're rough people, in many cases from jails, prisons, from mental institutions, insane asylums. You know, insane asylum, that's Silence of the Lambs stuff. Hannibal Lecter. Anybody know Hannibal Lecter? We don't want him in this country. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we haven't seen in many, many decades. It's crazy what they're doing. It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to stop it. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get our prices down. And we're going to close up the border, and we're going to have a big deportation, and we're going to get bad people out of here because we can't have it. We just can't have it. No, this is not sustainable by any country ever, at any time. There's never been anything like it. 3 years ago, we had the safest border, the best border in the history of our country by far. Like, there was never anything like it. When I ran in 2016, it was very much about the border, but that border was like a baby compared to this border. This border is a disaster. But I fixed the problem and fixed it so well I couldn't even talk about it in the 2020 election. And yet we got millions of more votes. We actually did much better. I hate to tell you, we did much better the second time than we did the first time. And we don't have to get into what happened, but we all know what happened. It was a rigged deal, a terrible thing, terrible, terrible thing. And now you look at from inflation to Ukraine and Russia, which would never have happened, to Israel being attacked. None of these things would have happened. It was inflation was caused by energy and by stupidity. You have Afghanistan. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, the way we left. Not that we were leaving. I was leaving, but we were going to get out with dignity and strength. We were going to have the equipment. We were going to keep. We gave them $85 billion worth of equipment. You see what happened. They killed 13 of our people, and 38, nobody ever mentions this, but 38 have been hurt so badly, you know, with the arms and the legs and just obliteration. It's so sad to see what's happened to our country. So we're going to turn it around, and we're going to do it faster than anybody can imagine. And we're going to make America great again.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We've got 854 delegates are up for tomorrow. So if you were to clinch this early, this would have been on pace for what it was in 2020 when you didn't have anybody running against you. Yeah. And you didn't have all these lawsuits against you.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel about a party if we've come together to get you this nomination by March 17th?
It's been pretty amazing, actually, and it's a lot of love. There's more love now, and I think a big part of it is when I ran the last time, we had a good record. We had the best economy ever. We had all these fantastic things that had happened. We had the safest border ever. We had low energy prices. Everything was going right. We were rebuilding our military, which I completed. We finished. We did everything right. It was amazing. And now we have something to compare what we're doing against. We didn't really last time because we were doing well. I said the border was in great shape. I couldn't even talk about the border. They'd say, sir, don't talk about the border. You fixed it, and nobody wants to hear it. You know, that's the sad part. When you do something well, nobody wants to talk about it. So I didn't talk about the border. But now we look back and we see that we had a great border. We look back and we see we had a great economy. We had no inflation, essentially no inflation. Everything was good, and we did such a good job. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, probably in the history of the world. And now we have a horrible economy where inflation has hurt us probably close to 50% when you add it all up. I was told a little while ago, bacon went up 4 times in the last 3 years. I mean, 4 times what it was. And other food products are through the roof. And they say that, you know, they're not going down. They may bring inflation down to 4%, 5%, what it is now. But they're not bringing down the damage that's been caused. And you know, you take that, even if you get increases in salaries or whatever you may be doing, whether it's salaries or anything else, it's more than compensated for by the inflation, which is just ripping people apart. So the economy is terrible. And they say, and some real geniuses, I will tell you, some of the smartest people on Wall Street say, the only thing good is the stock market. And that's good because everybody thinks I'm going to be elected.
You're right. You're right. You're right on that.
It's been very interesting. It's an interesting time.
Well, we've talked, and yet you have the Biden administration trying to convince Americans that life is good, President Trump, that everything's affordable. But they know Bidenomics has destroyed it. It's
been a disaster. It's a bad term. They thought it was a bad term when it came out, and then Biden liked it. He thought it was a nice name, and he started using it, and he was getting killed because it was really meant as a negative, not as a positive. And we have Maganomics, right? Maganomics. That is a good term. And, you know, it's so interesting. It's got to be one of the great names because you look through branding, whatever you want to call it, but you look throughout history. I don't think there's ever been anything like this. There has never been a movement like this, possibly in any country, but there's never been a movement like this in our country. And the spirit, the love, and the positiveness. And remember, when they hit us and they say, we're going to stop this MAGA stuff, MAGA, that's Joe Biden. And I say, Joe, what is it? Define it. And he's unable to define it. I guarantee if you ask him, what does MAGA mean? He wouldn't know. It's make America great again, right? So it's been it's been a pretty amazing time. Really pretty amazing time.
Let's talk about the polls. Now, the polling is huge right now. Yeah. There's a lot of polls out that you're just absolutely destroying it, and you're set to, you know, break every records right now so far. Virtually every player in the Republican Party has endorsed you at this point, which is huge. Now, why do you think you have such political strength right now?
Because I think we did a great job, and people are longing for that period of time that we had just a little while ago. Wasn't long, and you know, the beauty is I heard just coming up, I was hearing a telecast, and they said 8 months. I said, I've been using 9 and 10. Mm-hmm. We're so close now. We're actually getting close. The one thing I will say is, and I say it in speeches, that if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and you added them up, they have not done the damage that Joe Biden's done in his presidency. It's a disaster. He's been a disaster. He's the worst president in history. He's the most corrupt president in history, most incompetent president in history. I don't know if he's going to make it to the starting gate, but if he does, he does. And if it's somebody else, it's somebody else. But there's never been anything like this. There's never been anything happening to our country. What they're doing is they're poisoning our country by allowing people to come in by the millions. I believe we have 15 million people now, and I think it could be close to 20 million by the time this whole horrible nightmare ends. And we're going to have to just solve that problem.
We talked about this earlier, about enthusiasm. And I often say that I think there's more enthusiasm this time around than it was in 2020. Now, President Trump, when you walk out to these rallies and you saw it in Greensboro, and you saw it in Roanoke just a couple days ago. Do you sense more enthusiasm from MAGA and the crowds and just the support that you get? Is it greater this time around?
When you looked at North Carolina and Virginia this weekend, I tell you what, I've never been, and we've had rallies that are massive rallies. I've never seen love and, excitement. Even this crowd, I just walked in, and I don't know if you caught it on air, but this crowd is a very nice crowd. This is a very...
It's our people.
Thank you very much. But it's very interesting because the New York Times did a poll that just blew them up. It just came out and they announced it, and we're way up, leading big against Biden. And one of the questions that they ask is enthusiasm. How enthusiastic are you for Biden, meaning Democrats or whoever? And the numbers are record low. There's very little enthusiasm. And very enthusiastic, that's a term. Very rarely do you have people very enthusiastic. We're up around 50%. And I said, boy, that's a phenomenal number, to be very enthusiastic about somebody. And then I'll listen to the fake news. They'll say, while both candidates aren't popular, I'm popular. I mean, they like me. They like me in the Republican Party. I like them. But, the fake news they get out there, they like to play it. I don't think he is popular, and he shouldn't be popular because of what he's done to the country. But we have a great love in our party. We have a great popularity. We had polls where I'm at 94, 95% approval rating in the Republican Party. And I beat Ronald Reagan, who's at 86%. I mean, we're very popular in this party. This party is, and whether you call it MAGA or Common Sense or Trump or whatever it is, this party is very unified, surprisingly unified. It's pretty amazing, and that's why we're doing well. And to go to your original part of your question, I have never seen enthusiasm like this, including, so we ran in 2016 and we did great, and we won. We ran in 2020, we did much better by almost 12 million votes. 12 million votes, that doesn't happen. Usually if somebody runs a second time, they get less. And they can win or lose, but they get less because, people get bored and they get tired and they say, let's give somebody else. But normally you get less, or they get a little bit more. President Obama got a lot less and he won, a lot less. But rarely do you see it where you get massively more. And we have massively, millions and millions and millions more votes than we had. So, than we had in 2016. Now, we were at 63 million. That was a lot in 2016. I was told that if you get the same by John McLaughlin, by Fabrizio, if you get the same number, 63 million, you can't lose. It's impossible to lose. We got millions more votes than that, and we lost just by a whisker, just by a whisker. No, it was a rigged election, and it's a disgrace, and we're not going to let it happen again.
Well, one of the... One of the biggest issues that they're polling is our border and how it's so wide open and all the drugs. So you were just in Texas a couple days ago. We were down there covering that trip. That is polling number one across the country. And I go to every single rally and I talk to hundreds, if not thousands, of your supporters. And they tell me, and when I ask them, what is the number one issue with you? And they say, I want President Trump on day one to close the border.
Yep. It's number one, and it's usually not number one. Even in 2016, it was 2 or 3, but it wasn't number one. It's just not like normally a number one issue because people would think you have at least a semblance of a border. We have nothing. We built 571 miles of wall, which was a great achievement, much more than I said. Then I ordered an extra 200 because as you fill it up, they start walking a little bit longer distances and go around. So we ordered 200 more. We had it. It was delivered. And Biden, we then had the crazy election, and Biden wouldn't put it up. They wouldn't, and I said, whoa, what's going on? They wouldn't put it up. And I said, for the first time, I actually said, I really think they want open borders. I couldn't believe it. Because who would want open borders? Where people are coming from parts unknown, countries that you've never heard of, languages that nobody in this country speaks. You know, we don't even have teachers of some of these languages. Who would think that? We have languages that are like from the planet Mars. Nobody knows how to, you know, speak it. And then these students, and I'm not blaming them, I'm saying they put the students in the place of our students, like in New York City. We have these wonderful students, they're going to school, all of a sudden they no longer have a seat, they're no longer invited to the school. We're putting migrants in who don't speak the language, they have no idea what the teacher's saying, and we have children that are no longer going to school. They're throwing them out of the park, there's no more little leagues, there's no more sports, there's no more life in New York and so many of these cities. When you have 500,000 people just come down and invade your city, it is a very, very bad thing. And then many of these people are very dangerous people. When I see cops fist fighting, you know, I've seen cops over there, they get hit and they get shot and they get everything, and it's horrible. But I've never seen fist fights. Think of it, a fist fight, where guys are fist fighting with cops in the street, and that's not as bad as being shot. You know what, in a certain way, it's really incredible because the nerve of these people, and if this happened in their country, they would be gone, they would be shot, and they'd be shot and gone within 2 minutes. They wouldn't allow this. But you saw what happened where 10 guys are beating up cops in the middle of the street, kicking them and punching them. These are tough people, and they're not wanted by their country, and we don't want them either. We have to get them out, and we have to get them out fast. It's migrant crime, and it's going to reach a level that nobody has ever thought of or seen before. It's not like this beautiful picture of people coming across the border. These are people from jails and rough places, and they're rough people, and they're not going to work here. We're going to have a level of crime. We have a crime wave already. They're now getting situated. They're starting to feel comfortable, and instead of being this wonderful, idyllic deal, they're fighters, and they're killers, and they're drug dealers, and lots of things. Bad things are happening, and we have to get them out. No country can sustain what we're going through.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's talk about the battleground state polling since the presidency is won state by state. Now, we checked with Real Clear polling averages yesterday, and here's what's going on right now in these key battleground states. Now, let's go with Arizona. You're up 5.5 on that. Nevada, 7 points. Wisconsin, the latest poll from Bloomberg Morning Council, was you're up 4 points there. Michigan up 3.6. North Carolina, 5.6. Georgia up 6.5. These are big numbers. And you know what? You talked about this earlier. The inner city, people that might have been agnostic to voting, they see what the policies under the Biden administration.
Coming to you live for Right Side Broadcasting Network from Mar-a-Lago on this Super Tuesday. You are watching live pictures of the watch party here as election results come in. We want to remind you that financial experts thought we were in the clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the feds this year, and the inflation data came out higher than expected. Friends, this is not going away. It just can't. The U.S. is $34 trillion in the hole, and yet we keep printing money, which pushes the prices you pay every day even higher. So you can either bury your head in the sand or you can do something about it. Diversify a portion of your savings into gold with Birch Gold Group. Gold is your hedge against inflation, and Birch Gold makes it easy to own. They'll help you convert an existing IRA to or a 401k. So an IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. And you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. It's very easy to do. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. You will get a free information kit, and you'll also have someone call you from the Birch Gold Group to get you on the right path to all of your financial needs. All right, a lot has been called here tonight on this Super Tuesday. Some of the states that have been called: Alabama, Trump; Arkansas, Trump; Maine goes to Trump; Massachusetts goes to Trump; North Carolina, Trump wins that state; Oklahoma as well, and Virginia. So President Trump doing very well on this Super Tuesday. Across the board, he has won every state so far. 0 for Nikki Haley. So big numbers on the big board for the president tonight. We're going to continue to wait for those numbers to come in. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we're going to go back to Brian Glenn's interview with President Donald J. Trump.
5. These are big numbers. And you know what? You talked about this earlier. The inner city, people that might have been agnostic to voting, they see what the policies under the Biden administration is doing to them.
Yep.
And they're swinging over, and they're now saying, I'm going to vote for Donald J. Trump in this next election because they're tired of what's happening to him. So these polling numbers do not surprise me at all.
So we're getting the highest numbers ever from African American, Hispanic American, Asian American. Women are looking good. You know, I kept hearing about women and suburban women. Suburban women.
Some women here.
Look, you know what women want? They want security. They want safety. They don't want to have people pouring into our country. They don't want to have wars where their children are going out to wars. And think of it. You wouldn't have had Ukraine. I would bet that the numbers are going to be double or triple what you're seeing.
I agree.
That is, blow up those buildings and hear that nobody was injured as this massive, they have big buildings, as massive buildings are tumbling down to the ground, hit by missiles. You don't say 2 people were hurt, 2 people were slightly injured. No, a lot of people were killed. A lot of people in those buildings, and a lot of people were killed. The numbers are going to be much, much greater. And when you look at that, to think that would have never happened. I talked to Putin a lot. I had a very good relationship with him. You know, the press goes crazy when you say that, by the way. Oh, you should. It's a good thing to have a good relationship, not a bad. But he understood. He couldn't do the Ukraine thing. And it was the apple of his eye. He couldn't do it. But when I was out, and I think after he watched the disaster in Afghanistan, I think he said, these people are grossly incompetent. I really think without Afghanistan, maybe he wouldn't have done it. But he looked at that where we take the military out first. We have Americans still living there as hostages, probably. It was handled so badly. We left $85 billion worth of equipment, the best military equipment in the world, because I bought it. You know, I'm the one.
You know about it.
No, I'm the one. I rebuilt the entire military. We had new, beautiful equipment, and they took a big chunk of it. It was one of the worst things. And when Putin and when President Xi of China looks at that and they see it, Kim Jong-un, when they look at it and they see that, they are emboldened, and that's a bad thing.
Well, I think these strong polling numbers just indicate to everyone, plus the media and those naysayers out there and the people that are the Nikki Haley camp trying to encourage her to carry on, this says something, that the American people have faith in you and your policies, no one else, that can turn this country around.
Well, I've watched, a whole group. They started off with probably 15, and I watched it. One would go, another one. Some were very impressive, like North Carolina.
Doug Burgum.
He was great. And North Dakota, great. We have so many great people. I'll tell you, let's go to North Carolina. So South Carolina, North Carolina, you had some people, they fight for me like you've never seen. North Dakota, you have Doug Burgum, the governor. Mm-hmm. He is so fantastic. He is so fantastic. And I'm looking forward to getting that vote. I want to see what it is. But, we have numbers that if the projections are right, we're going to win by a lot. I just say to the people that are watching now, if you could, go out and vote, because it's not, Haley, she's not a problem. I think she's very negative for the party, but she's not a problem in terms of winning, because we're winning by a lot. The only place we expected to lose was D.C., because that's the swamp. That was
It's a badge of honor to lose.
Oh, it is. We didn't do anything there. We sort of said, leave that alone. That'll be a good. It's a very interesting place. If I won it, I would have said that could be a problem, because a lot of people would say, what's this all about? But we've won everything in record numbers, and tomorrow we could very well win every state in record numbers. That's what we're hoping for. But it's so, thank you. It's so important, because we have to send a signal. November 5th is going to be, I think, the most important day in the history of our country, because that's the election. And we're going to take our country back from these fascists and communists and the people that are running our country. And I'm not even sure that it is Biden. I think it's other people. It's not Biden, because he goes to sleep at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And they have the best of all worlds, because they have a guy that probably isn't too active. But he's very active when it comes, though, to weaponization and trying to hurt a political opponent through using the FBI and the DOJ and all. And the people haven't stood for it. It's an amazing thing. Who would have thought this would have happened? It's never happened before. First of all, that's never happened before in this country. But it's never happened before when somebody would have that happen and your numbers would go up. Every time I get indicted, my numbers go higher and higher and higher because the people understand it.
They understand that.
They really understand it.
Let's talk about a national polling. Yesterday, Forbes had to write breaking news headline that said, quote, Trump opens largest ever lead in New York in the Times polling. So you're polling huge in that. And of course, you're beating Biden 48-43. We talked about this earlier. It's much higher than that. This is almost greater numbers than you had in 2015, despite the lawsuits. Despite how the news is constantly attacking you, you still lead in these polls.
The people get it. The people are very smart. The people get it. I've seen it. And the nice thing is I have a voice, whether it's through you or through others. I have a voice, and I'm able to explain it to people. It's weaponization, and it's very common in third world countries and banana republics. It's a very common thing, but we never had it in this country where they come out and on nothing, on nonsense. Look at Fani. You know, Fani is F-A-N-I. She indicted me. She wanted to indict U.S. senators for doing nothing. Indicted me for doing nothing. And it was her and a boyfriend, and he got almost $1 million. He had no experience, no nothing. Knew him a long time ago. Then she said something to the effect, I don't know much about the gentleman. They had 2,000 phone calls. I said, you know, I'm not sure I've ever called the First Lady 2,000 times, and I've been with her for a long time. I think, and they have thousands of text messages, right? But she's not sure whether or not she knows him. The whole thing is a con job. You look at what's going on in Manhattan where Hillary Clinton, think of it, Hillary Clinton's lawyer with a big law firm leaves the firm to go into the DA's office to prosecute me. Then he leaves the DA's office and he writes a book. He writes a book. Before anything was done, he's writing a book. I mean, how illegal is that? Or take deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged person. And look at his record. He's been overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court unanimously. These people are bad people. They were set out to do a number on me, to damage me, so that Biden could beat me, because that's the only way he can beat anybody, because he's damaged. I mean, he's really damaged goods. And you know what he should do? They're all his prosecutors. They work for him, like Fani and her lover went to Washington and spent at least 2 days that they know of, 8-hour days in the White House counsel's office or the DOJ. So they were working on this a long time in conjunction with Joe Biden's White House. The DA's office has one of the top people from the Justice Department, that's Washington, in other words, Merrick Garland's people, put their top person in the DA's office to handle this case. And it's a nonsense case. You know, every legal opinion I've read said it's not even a crime. It's not a crime. It's not this. It's not that. It should never be brought. Should have never been. None of these things should have been brought. But it's all of these indictments are Biden indictments. And they're there to hurt an opponent. If I weren't running, none of this stuff would have ever happened. Or if I was doing badly, I would say it probably wouldn't happen. But all of this was done to inflict harm on his political opponent. And we've never had that in this country. It's something that's quite well known, but it's in other countries, not in this country. This is a big example. And honestly, what he should do is take all of those prosecutors off the cases and fight a really fair fight. We're going to win anyway, one way or the other. We're going to win anyway. But they should fight it fair because it's so bad for the country. And people know what's happening. They see it. If they didn't see it, I'd be down at nothing. I'd be absolutely nothing. They get it, and they see weaponization. It's an attack on a political opponent. Using the FBI and the DOJ, they raided Mar-a-Lago. That's against Fourth Amendment. I mean, they raided my house. Nobody's ever seen anything like that before. We are in a very dangerous time in our country. The only thing I can say is that we had it going so good in the 4 years that I was there that people were calling on the left, very strong, I would say the radical left, and they wanted to get together because African Americans, Hispanic Americans, everybody was doing better than they've ever done before. And all of a sudden, Everything was coming together. And tremendous things happened, tremendous things and tremendous success. And now when you look at what's going on, like the border, when I say I took over in 2016 and the border wasn't good, Brian, it wasn't good, but it was like normal, not good. It was, not a good situation, but it was now, it's probably 100 times worse. Nobody's ever seen anything like this where people are coming up by the millions. They have a caravan that's coming up now with 25,000 people in it. And these dictators and presidents and others, they put their rough people in there. They don't want them in their jails. They empty out their jails. They empty out their institutions. Because the money they save by not having it? They had jails that were bursting at the seams, and now their jails are the emptiest they've been in 35 years, but they're going to get a lot emptier because they're dumping them into the United States. And these are very dangerous people, and we have to stop it, and we have to get the bad ones out immediately, and everybody has to go home because no country can sustain it. Our country can't sustain it, and our country's going to hell. We've been living in hell. And we're going to change it, and we're going to change it fast.
I want to talk.
You are watching live coverage of Super Tuesday election results here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you here on RSBN as we report to you live from Mar-a-Lago. The party is going on behind us, and we are anticipating more wins for President Trump tonight. We want to remind you that he has great policies that he has planned for the next election when he wins. When he wins in 2024, he has great policies in place that the American people just love, and that's what they're voting on today, and we're seeing those results come in. But it's those policies that they're not being taught in school. They're not being taught in public places. That's why you can get the free Trump book for your kids and teach them about President Trump, all of his successes and his policies as well. You can go to freetrumpbook.com. Again, that's freetrumpbook.com. It's just a small processing fee that you have to pay, but other than that, the book is free. As future voters, they are the next generation. Our kids need to know how important President Trump is. And so you can teach them with this free Trump book. So go ahead and go on the website today. Again, that's freetrumpbook.com. All right, I want to give you a list of wins so far under the belt for President Trump. So far, he has won Alabama. We have called Arkansas. RSBN can tell you that he's won Maine. President Trump is also taking home North Carolina with 74 delegates. Also Oklahoma with 43 delegates and Virginia with 48 delegates. So the count's getting higher tonight for President Trump. And when those numbers are called, the crowd here goes crazy. They go wild. They're excited. And we will be hearing from President Trump after more states are called tonight. But so far, so good here at Mar-a-Lago tonight. It's a pleasure to be here. We're going to go back to Brian Glenn and his interview with President Donald J. Trump.
I want to talk about you potentially winning the popular vote, but real quickly, you talk about these all these legal cases. When you go into the courtroom and you see all the supporters outside the courthouse, how does that make you feel? Because you're going into a court of law, you know you're being persecuted for crimes you didn't commit. Yeah. These are all false allegations, but yet you still have supporters outside with Trump flags and great people like we have here tonight. How does that make you feel?
Well, not only outside, inside. I'm in the courthouse and I'm walking past the police and the security people, 2024, sir, 2024. They're going 2020. We're with you, sir. This is inside. This is inside. But we have some real Trump haters. We have some judges that are real Trump haters at a level that you wouldn't even believe.
Sure.
We have prosecutors that are Trump haters. Again, at a level you wouldn't believe the hatred. You wonder, how could they possibly have this kind of hate? I don't know them. And we've done a good job. I was a very popular president. I mean, I got the most votes of any sitting president in United States history. I mean, I was a popular president. We did a good job. Biggest tax cuts in history. Biggest regulation cuts in the history of our country. All of the things we did, safest borders. We had numbers that were incredible. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try. I have so many people that are living right now because for 50 years they were trying to get, we have space-age materials, some great medicines. We have labs and doctors that are incredible. And they're way ahead, but they won't be approved for 4 or 5 years by the FDA. And I said, well, why aren't we giving a person that's terminally ill, why aren't we giving them some of this medicine? Maybe it'll work. And it was a very hard thing, actually. It sounds easy, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies didn't want it for obvious reasons. The medical companies and labs didn't want it because if it doesn't work, and people are terminally ill. And I worked a deal where you don't have to put it down here. You can put it down on a separate list. In other words, so it won't look bad on your so-called report card. And I got the insurance companies aboard. You sign a document. You're not going to ever sue the country. You're not going to sue. And you have access. So instead of going to Asia or going to Europe or going wherever you may go, or going home and dying if you have no money. A lot of people can't go to Asia, Europe to seek a cure. And we are saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's great. It's great.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about winning that popular vote. How would that make you feel to win the popular vote?
Well, look, we have a couple of problems in this country. Number one, mail-in voting. Mail-in voting will always be dishonest, okay? And it's a shame that we have it. Jimmy Carter did a report along with a couple of other senators that were respected, Democrats, Republicans. It was like a commission. And the end result of the report was never go to mail-in voting. It will always be dishonest. That was a long time ago. France fairly recently switched from mail-in voting to one-day paper ballots, voter ID, very simple. One-day voting. I mean, these elections where they take 61 days and then they want an extension. And, they use machines to count it fast, but nobody ever had they last weeks longer. And then you wonder what's happening and how come that material was moved and it was there and where is it now? Now, we have to have fair elections. We need two things very strongly. We need fair elections and free elections, and we need borders. If a country doesn't have borders, you're not a country. And we really don't have either. But when you have mail-in voting, think of what the process is. They send an envelope to someplace. I mean, so many people complain. They get 7 or 8 votes. Some don't complain. Some just send them back in, right? But they get many votes. They get many ballots. And many of them sign them. They just keep signing them. And who's bringing them there? Who's bringing them back? What happens in the meantime? Are they sold? Because ballots are sold during this process. People are selling them that are delivering them. So many bad things happen. I think that, I went to California, had this massive crowd. I said, why would I lose California? Automatically, because you're a Republican. Why would I lose California? Look at this crowd. It's as big as we've ever had. Or New York. I think I'd do well in New York if we had everything was on the up and up. And by the way, we're putting a heavy move on New York because New York is not the same place. New York was unhappy 3 years ago, but New York is really unhappy now.
Yeah, well,
and I think we can do Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin did a good job.
I think you're right.
It's a lot worse now.
Yeah. Well, let's getting back to the latest New York Times poll. Aside from your biggest lead ever in the national popular vote, is Biden is 25 points down from his 2020 numbers, with working class minority voters without college degrees. It showed up you winning Hispanic voters 46-40. It also showed you winning 23% of black voters. Now you've gained black voters than you had in 2020. What does that make you feel to really get down in the inner cities and show these demos that your policies will promote them despite what the Democrats would say?
So it makes me feel great. Like, as an example, with black voters, Romney got 4 or 5%. Mitt Romney, okay? I'm not a big fan of his, by the way. He got 4 or 5. But I did a lot of things like criminal justice reform, opportunity zones in cities with Tim Scott, who's fantastic, by the way. And I tell Tim all the time, he ran as a candidate and he did fine. But as my surrogate, he's unbelievable. I said, you do a much better job fighting for me than you did fighting for yourself. He said, I always had trouble fighting for myself, but I like to fight for people that I think can do a great job. He's great. But we did things that were incredible. Criminal justice reform couldn't have been done. They came to see me, a group of people, and they were crying. Can I have help? Yeah. They were crying. And I was able to get conservatives to go along with it, and we got criminal justice reform. And I will tell you, the group that most wanted it was the black population, because, you know, it's pretty rough stuff what's been happening if you look at sentencing and sentencing guidelines, et cetera. So I got criminal justice reform. We did so much. Historically, if you look at the colleges, you have colleges and universities, black. They would come to see me, the heads of these colleges, and I got to know some of them. But the first year they came to see, I said, "What are you guys doing here?" "We came to get money from Congress because we can't run our schools if we don't." "Oh." Next year, the same group came. They said, "Yeah, we're here to get money." I said, "Wait a minute, do you do this every year?" And they said, "Yeah, we do this every year. We have to." And one of them said to me, it was bad. He said, "I feel like a beggar because they make us come back every year." This is the Democrats. And I said, "You know what we're going to do? We're going to sit down. You're going to tell me what you need. And we're going to do a long-term plan for you." And I got them done with a long-term plan. And I added 20% to the number that they asked for. And they loved me. I said, the only problem I'm going to have is I've gotten to like some of you guys, and I'll never see you again, probably. But you know what? I took care of them. And now you have your black colleges and universities are well-funded because of me. They were never going to get it. They were never going to get that.
Yeah. And those are things that the mainstream media won't tell voters. You know, they really hide a lot of the accomplishments you had during your 2016 administration. You did help out the black voters and Hispanic voters. Hispanics were making higher wages than they've ever made.
They had the best 4 years they've ever had. Very entrepreneurial people. Very entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
But it's true. They're amazing and very entrepreneurial. In fact, I don't even want to do business deals with these people. They're too good. But, you know, they had the best 4 years, a lot of small businesses, and they had the best 4 years they've ever had. So everybody did, every group.
So you feel like this time you're making some really good inroads?
I do, and the big thing is we have to stop the cheating. I don't need votes. We have all the votes we need. We have to stop the cheating. Because I actually think we would win the popular vote if God came down and was your vote counter, where it would be honest. I think we win the popular vote. But they've cheated for years. Look, who can win with open borders, with high interest rates, you can't buy a home, with woke military? We defeated ISIS. We got rid of the worst terrorists in the world. We did things, and we had no wars. I got into no wars. Everybody said, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, "Look at this man. He's going to cause wars. Look at his attitude. Look at his fresh mouth." I said, "No, my fresh mouth is going to keep us out of wars." And that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened. So we had no wars, but we defeated ISIS. Think of it.
Yeah.
We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks, and it was supposed to take 4 or 5 years. I went to Iraq, and I met with a lot of different generals, but one named Raisin Cain. I said, "You're my kind of guy." If that's General Raisin Cain. We went in, we wiped them out, and we did it fast. We have I tell that story tonight because we have the greatest military in the world, but we have a lot of people that want to be politically correct, or they don't know what they're doing, or they're weak, or they're stupid. Mm-hmm. But we have the greatest military in the world, and don't worry about the woke that you hear, because it's just, they do want it. I got rid of a lot of people that taught woke. They were making $400,000 a year, $500,000. They were getting paid a fortune. I fired them all. But when Biden came back, he hired them back. But the military is tough, and they're not going woke.
Yeah, they're not going woke. I said this earlier about whoever's in control of Congress in January 2025 will control and rewrite the tax codes that everyone is benefiting from you right now. Let's talk about taxes. Let's talk about people keeping more of their money and how important that is to achieve the American dream.
So I'm very proud to say that I got the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, bigger than Ronald Reagan tax cuts, which were very big, but substantially bigger. And that's one of the things, I think, between that and the regulation cuts, where you didn't have to go through, years of study to find out that that's a piece of dirt and there's no problem, okay? I mean, it was the craziest thing. And we did regulation cuts larger than any other president has ever done, by double or triple. And I think that was actually more important. You know, it's interesting. I was with a big businessman the other day. I said, "What was better for you, the tax cuts or the regulation cuts?" He said, "It's not close, the regulation cuts." That's why we had the best job numbers at this country has ever had. We had the best job numbers that we ever had. And regulation cuts and tax cuts. So with the taxes, you could keep your money. You were spending less money. And the funny thing is, everyone said, oh, you cut them too much, you're not going to take in the revenues. We had, right after the tax cuts, we had the largest number of, in terms of revenue, we had the biggest revenues, the greatest revenues that the country's ever had, because people were incentivized. They were incentivized to go and work and everything else. Now, the Democrats want to raise your taxes by 4 times. And I don't know if people know it. You know, it used to be that if you could cut taxes, you were a pretty good politician, you were going to get elected. We're living in a different time. They want to raise your taxes, and they think that's good politics. So they want to raise your taxes. They want to give you a lousy education. They want to give you very unsafe streets. All of these things, and they want to have open borders. Open borders. You can't have the open borders. So I think we're on a path to get tremendous numbers of votes. Yeah, and the enthusiasm, as you said, and as some of your people just said, there has never been, I don't think in any campaign, people say, you know, I have veterans that have been with me for a while, but they've been in this business, in this world of politics for a long time. I have one that's been through many campaigns. He said, there's never been anything like what he's saying now. If we drive, we're now in Florida, if we drive 5 blocks, every house has a Trump sign in front of it. It's really a great honor, I have to tell you. It's a beautiful honor.
It's true. That's the reason why we're doing this preview show tonight, to encourage you guys tomorrow to get out and vote.
That's a Broussard here at Mar-a-Lago, live tonight in Palm Beach as we await for those election results to come in. It's Super Tuesday, and so far, a clean sweep for President Trump. You can hear the crowd behind us. They're eager, they're ready, they're happy. More numbers coming in. Hey, my home state, Trump taking Texas. I looked over at Brian Glenn because that's his home state as well. Way to go, Texas. Texas has been called for President Trump. Over 100 delegates there up for grabs tonight. So, so far so good. Look who I'm here with, my boys, my friends, Forgiato Blue. Trump Latinos in the house. Good to see you. What a night.
What a night. It's a great night to be here. I think Trump's going to sweep 15-0. And like I said, they got him back on the ballot for good, and we're going to get Trump 2024, I feel.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Supreme Court, big ruling this week. He's on the ballot. The left can't do anything about it now because the high court ruled that he has to stay on the ballot. How's that make you feel?
Feels good. Now we're going to get to know who they're going to run here pretty soon, right? I don't think it's going to be Joe Biden. I think they were waiting to see if he was going to be on the ballot or not. So with Trump on that ballot and not coming off, they better get, their lawsuits ready to go, because I think that's all they're going to be able to do to stop Trump is to keep going at him. But he's a fighter. He's a fighter, man.
That's why we love him. He does not give up the fight. Let's talk about these two guys right here, making moves in the music industry. Trump Latinos. I met you last week at CPAC. Big fan of yours. I just can't say enough about your music and what you're doing. Let's talk about the group name, Trump Latinos, and who you're trying to reach with your music.
Trying to reach the culture, the youth, you know what I'm saying? Trying to bring unity. That's all. And we're here today to hear Trump's victory speech.
How's it feel to be here at Mar-a-Lago on Super Tuesday? Election results are coming in, the vibe. How's it feel?
It's great. It's a live feed. Everybody's excited. He's winning.
Yep. They always told us we never make it to Mar-a-Lago, and look at us here.
You are doing great things. We're so proud of you. I'm going to show off your tattoos. In case you missed it when we showed off these tattoos at CPAC, MAGA tattoos. I love it.
MAGA, baby.
MAGA, it's a movement. That's all we're trying to do. Wake up the people, wake up the youth.
Let's talk about how the chants of USA behind us. We're going to let you listen in real quick. The people here are excited at Mar-a-Lago. Let's talk about your music. What's new that's out right now? How can people find it?
You can get it on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, all over the social media. Our new song, American First, Godland, with Hottest, featuring Trump Latinos. It's everywhere.
It's all on there.
All right, make sure you download it. Let's talk
I
about
got a brand new song out, too. Trump is your president. It came out last Thursday. I need everybody to go get it. Support Trump Latino. Support Forgiato Blow.
I wasn't going to forget about you. I was getting to you next.
No, but I was like, I got a song out, too. Hey, I got a song out, too, Patriots. Don't forget me. Don't forget me. I got a song out, too.
He just wasn't waiting for me to get to it. He wasn't waiting his turn. Let's talk about how they can download that song, your song.
Well, anything you do for me, supporting, right? Type in Forgiato Blow on all the social medias. Make sure you're following Trump Latinos on all social media also. iTunes, Amazon. I know a lot of people, if they do watch this, say they don't support rap. Support rap. Our music is changing the culture. Our music is making the next generation of children want to support Donald Trump, want to see about family, want to support freedom. You know, we're not out here pushing degenerate topics, degenerate music on your children. So spend that buck and support us. Nobody's paying us to make this music. We're doing it to help save America.
I'm telling you, these are some good-hearted people right here. They love this country. They want what's best for this country, for the people of the country, for the children. They just want our rights preserved, and they want to save America. Forgiato, I have to mention, too, we talked about this at CPAC last week. You brought on Hadass Levy, wonderful singer. She has a new album out right now. Also can get that on iTunes, God's Land. Beautiful song. You're all in it. Go download that right now. Let's put it to the top of the charts on iTunes, God's Land. What are you seeing? Are you seeing more people wanting to transfer over or start maybe looking into what you're doing versus the rap as we knew it?
Well, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people are seeing my success that I've had and a couple other artists that have had, and we paved the way for this. And at the end of the day, you know, the fan support. And I think somebody like Hadass is needed. We need a great female artist for these girls to look up to. You know, that's a big thing. Support her. You know, we're boys. We know we're boys. And so at the end of the day, we need everyone to support us. But it's big to have a female artist out here that's speaking for the women, speaking for, you know, because counterculture likes to say no women support Donald Trump, right? He's racist, but then you got the other agenda they push that there's a lot of women out here that don't like him, that he's a womanizer or whatever in his future, in his past, whatever it was. The idea is somebody like Hadass standing up for Trump, speaking her values is a lot for Donald Trump. She's doing a great job.
She really is. I'm a huge fan of Hadass Levy. Downloaded her album. You should do it too. All of their music, they're great patriots. And I'm going to say it again. When there's boat parades this summer for President Trump and all that fun stuff, barbecues and crawfish boils down south, whatever the case may be, it's their good patriotic music that you need to be playing on the loudspeakers. So make sure you download Forgiato Blow, Trump Latinos, Hadass Levy doing great things to save this country. Guys, so good to see you.
And make sure you guys watch RSBN. They always show us love, always put them on, and they're perfect.
They're perfect, too. We can't say enough about these guys right here, and, of course, Hadass Levy. All right, we're going to toss it back over to Brian Glenn as we await for more results to come in. Brian, what's it looking like?
All right, thank you, Vanessa. I love those guys. They are so talented. Hey, I want to talk about your skin care and talk about how to look younger. Angel Paste Miracle Cream is made with no chemicals, zero water. It will never dry out your skin, and lotions made from overseas. Handcrafted right here in the USA in the great state of Texas. It's made a proprietary blend of food-grade, plant-grade, nut oils, and absolutely none of the corporate poisons. We know it's almost all natural. This luxurious, rich cream will smooth and moisturize your skin. If you want to look younger, and I don't know who doesn't want to look younger, you got to check it out. Angelpaste.com. That's angelpaste.com. One customer said this is like drops from heaven, and that is the one thing we all want, to look younger, feel better, and just live your best life. And Angel Paste can help you look like you're living your best life. So go check it out. Information for that is on your screen. Look younger, feel better. Another customer says it has healing qualities. It's all natural there. And, of course, some customers begin applying it to the skin in as little as 3 months, saw dramatic changes to their skin. Angelpaste.com. That's angelpaste.com. Now, back to the interview last night from right here from Mar-a-Lago. Here is my interview with President Trump. Listen in.
We can talk about all the accomplishments from President Trump. We can talk about the policies. We can talk about how he's going to make America great again. But guess what? If you don't vote tomorrow, you don't encourage your friends, family, people at church, your neighbors, your coworkers to do it, it simply will not happen. You say this during your rallies, and I love the sign. It says, too big to rig.
Right. We want to be too big to rig. But The too big to rig, we're really thinking about November 5th, but it really does send a signal. If you can, get out to vote tomorrow, get your husband, get your wife, get your friends, get their friends, because we want to send a signal that we're coming. This freight train's coming, and we have to do that, and we have to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow, they call it Super Tuesday for a reason. And I think it's going to be record-setting. I hope so. But that sends the signal, because what we're really doing is we're aiming at that November 5th date. And I said it at the beginning, and I'll say it now as we close up. It's going to be, I think, the most important date and day in the history of our country. We're going to take our country back. And if we don't win this next election, I think our country's finished. I really do. I think it's finished.
Yeah. So we got to act like we're down, because the Democrats want to actually drag this out. So you get out and vote, have the mindset that you are down by 70, you're not up by 70. And Republicans can stop by, turn out in big numbers, delivering big margins, so we can get this out to the rest of the company. Before you leave, I want to ask you about this Trump caucus captain hat you got here.
It's a good-looking cap, isn't it?
It is.
In fact, I wore one the other day. So this really comes out of Iowa, because they did an incredible job. We went there. It was 40 degrees below zero, by the way. 40 degrees. This was real cold. This was serious cold.
Right.
But the caucus captains were incredible. They got the people out. And we sort of do it with other places, even if it's not a caucus. It just works out well, right? Trump caucus captains. And what they've done was amazing in Iowa. And frankly, even though it wasn't a caucus, it was a primary. In New Hampshire, you look at, well, you spoke of Nikki Haley. We went to South Carolina, where she was the governor, and we beat her in record numbers. It wasn't even a contest. And that tells you something. When somebody's not really very popular in a place that they were governor, that they ran for a pretty long period of time, but we won record numbers. What we're doing as leaders and leadership, we give this hat, and it's been sort of lucky. So I said, whether it's a caucus or a primary, let's use it anyway. It looks really good.
I like that. All right, so as we wrap it up, the key takeaway here is get out and vote, and make sure you tell all your friends and family, because right now we have to do that. You can visit DonaldJTrump.com/Super Tuesday to find a location in your voting area. All of us here would like to say thank you for your time tonight. Pretty nice. Once again, that website, DonaldJTrump.com/Super Tuesday. The information for that is on your screen tomorrow. Super Tuesday, get out and vote, and let's take this Trump train down in November and get him back in the White House. Thank you for joining us on this special occasion. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
All right, here's a live look here at Mar-a-Lago as we get ready to continue our coverage as the results begin to come in on this Super Tuesday. And a great crowd we have here at Mar-a-Lago, as a lot of supporters, some fans have come through here, obviously to support the president. And we're looking forward to we got Marjorie Taylor Greene's coming in here as well. We're glad you're joining us as we continue to coverage. Now, we've seen some states already post up. We've got Maine reporting huge leads. I mean, really, if you look across the board, it's not a matter of if Trump wins these states. I think at this point it becomes a matter of how large is that margin of victory in these states. But it is absolutely looking solid for President Trump here tonight. Coming up here in just a few minutes, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene will join me, and we'll talk about her observations from tonight, and more importantly, what we can expect under a Trump administration and how important it is for the policies to be in place in order for her to do that. All right. So we're glad you're joining us. And as always, go follow us on social media across the board. at X, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We're all there. You can follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV. That's Brian Glenn TV across the board on that. We're live, joined now by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Georgia's 14th district, which I got to say here in the last few minutes, I've had more people ask me about this massive rally that President Trump's going to have in your town.
It is. We are so excited, Brian. And they just made the announcement today that President Trump will be coming to Rome, Georgia for a rally. Starts at 1 p.m. The president is set to speak at 5 p.m. And I can't even believe how many phone calls and text messages I've already received. I think all of Northwest Georgia, probably North Alabama, Tennessee. Everyone's going to be coming. It's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be fantastic. All right, so far we've seen President Trump taking, obviously, all of these states that are on the board right now. I think it's a matter of how big the margin is that he wins. But what's your take so far on how he's dominating the night?
He's dominating. The only person that doesn't understand that he's dominating is Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley has stayed in the race for way too long, but I think after tonight, hopefully we'll see her come to her senses and announce that she's dropping out. And I would expect her to endorse Donald J. Trump for president in the Republican primary.
And I even have some people say, now, what is it about Georgia? Because I know that it was cited just recently that Governor Kemp encourages Nikki Haley to stay in the race as long as the donors are and the funding for it. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I saw those comments today from our governor from Georgia saying that he encourages a primary. Encouraging Nikki Haley to stay in as long as the donations are there. My problem with that is Nikki Haley's donations have been coming from Democrats. So I don't think we need a Democrat-funded candidate in the Republican primary. I don't think that we need a candidate in the Republican primary that's receiving so many Democrat voters. And that's what we've seen state after state, primary after primary, where there are open primaries. We have seen Democrat voters come out of the woodwork voting for Nikki Haley. And Nikki Haley won Washington, D.C. Well, that tells everyone on our side of the aisle exactly what we need to know is, number one, the swamp supports Nikki Haley. They're the ones that want her to be president. And secondly, the other important thing, Brian, is that no Republican, President Trump, January 6th defendants, pro-lifers, anyone on our side of the aisle can ever receive a fair trial in Washington, D.C. There is not a jury of our peers there.
That is true. Now, let's turn our attention to January 6th. So obviously, you've been vocal. You've been to the D.C. jail. You've been one of the only people in Congress that has stood up for the J6ers that are still incarcerated. You know, some of them haven't been charged with a crime. Let's talk about that and how you think that plays out once a Trump presidency begins. Do you think they'll finally be able to have an opportunity to get some justice?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I think that's their only opportunity for justice. Right now, it's an unfair witch hunt against people that stood on Capitol grounds or walked into the Capitol on January 6th. There's an average of one arrest every single day. To this day, right now, by the Department of Justice, and it's not going to end until we win. The White House and President Trump has said that he would do something about it.
Well, looks like we'll wait for the decision desk to officially call that, but nevertheless, they throw it up on the board here. Wins Colorado. I was joking
big,
earlier.
Though. Let's talk about how
let's talk about that, Colorado.
Yeah, so we had the Supreme Court decision 9-0 that President Trump stays on the ballot in Colorado. And we just saw here that Colorado, what is it? I'm seeing 60% for President Trump, only 36% for Nikki Haley, calling it for President Trump.
That is huge. And of course, you know, when that 9-0 verdict came out, none of us was shocked because actually that's just going off of the law. That's not putting their political bias in this decision. So I think the Supreme Court definitely made the right decision. But what's interesting, Marjorie, is that the left was calling out those liberal female judges calling them worthless, that they were worthless. So they very much want to politicize all of this.
Oh, for sure. I saw a tweet by Keith Olbermann, very nasty man, nasty Democrat man, attacks all of us constantly, where he was using the F word about the 3 liberal judges on the Supreme Court, women, by the way, and he said that liberal women are useless. So we're seeing the left eat their own. We're seeing Democrats come after their own simply for not supporting the agenda. This is the same thing that's happening where we're seeing the same Antifa-type protesters and Black Lives Matters protesters that were attacking police officers, burning and looting in the streets in 2020. Those are the same people attacking Israel today and defending Hamas. So the left is quite in disarray. They really don't know who they are anymore, and they're eating their own, and we're watching President Trump sweep state after state, and I think it's fantastic. This is exactly what I knew would happen, and I've been saying it all along, and it's great to see it happen in real time.
And I think it's really interesting how you've seen these pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas supporters march in our nation capital, march around across the country. We saw them in South Carolina. I saw them in North Carolina the very next weekend. And they've said, Genocide Joe must go. And they're chanting that if he doesn't do a ceasefire, that they're not going to show up on Election Day for President Biden. And I just got to say, good. That's just, he's going to lose a huge amount of voters. So there's no love lost there from our standpoint.
Yeah, I'm totally fine if anyone who supports Hamas terrorists wants to sit it out and not vote for Joe Biden. Yeah, that's fine. Sit it out and don't vote. I think that's a good call. The other thing is those same pro-Hamas protesters that attacked the White House, why isn't the Department of Justice rounding them up? We saw them trying to scale the White House fence, declaring basically an insurrection. They've come into my office building and the Cannon building time after time. And then, you know what else they're doing? Here they are. They're coming after Jewish people, attacking Jewish people in New York where crime is horrible. And all they're trying to do is defend themselves. So it's unbelievable.
Let's step aside real quick. And then we got to get Byron Donalds has got to walk by us. And this is a small media riser, and we got a big gentleman. So we're live on there. So we thought we'd make a little space for you out here. But hey, this is your home state here. You got to love it.
This is the camera right here.
That's the camera.
Listen, everybody at home, these risers are dangerous. I don't know how these press people move through these things. I'm twice their size, so I'm trying to make sure I don't go up. But listen, it's a great night tonight in Mar-a-Lago. It's good to see you, my friend. How are you?
You too.
How are you?
Great to see you, Byron.
And look, I'm ready for a big night. It's already that way. I think he's already halfway towards the number of delegates needed for the nomination. I mean, this thing's over. Let's call it what it is.
Dominating.
If it's in sports terms, this season's over, game over. We'll look forward for next year for Nikki Haley and all the other Republicans.
Not sure that's going to happen, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Put her in retirement.
Yeah, put her in retirement. Thank you, Byron Donalds.
See you guys.
Thank you so much. There we go. We have to make room for people to walk into it. We get back in the spot now, as well. But that, I was saying earlier, doesn't this room? I mean, when you look at all these people, it's like a party out here. Yeah. This is what election night looks like. On election night.
Go Trump! Trump! They're fired up.
But
it's so much fun.
Like rallies are one thing, but election night is a completely other animal. And it does feel like there's a lot of energy in the air because they know that this is a race that we're going to win. But really, our eyes are set on November, and we all know that Joe Biden, and we've had this discussion many times. I don't quite think he's going to make it to the starting line, to be honest with you. That's just me.
Well, we'll see how he is at the State of the Union this week. He'll be coming into the People's House in Congress and delivering the State of the Union on Thursday. We're all interested to see what he's going to say. I'm interested to see if he's even going to say her name, say Laken Riley's name. The beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from University of Georgia, wonderful Christian from Georgia that so horrifically lost her life, was murdered by an illegal alien. Joe Biden, the President of the United States, has yet to say her name and recognize the fact that his open border policies caused her death. And the Biden administration has blood on their hands. And so I'm interested to see if the President of the United States is willing to even recognize her and talk about his failure at the border. I highly doubt it, though. He's a liar, and I think he'll lie to Congress again.
Yeah, I believe so, and I know that the early reports on this State of the Union address does not really have any mention at all about the broken border and immigration, yet it is the number one issue in the country. So by him avoiding that is a huge mistake, and I do think that he will hear from House Republicans during that speech. If he does mention immigration, Marjorie, he knows he's going to pin it on the responsibility on Republicans.
That's
It's
right.
your fault, by the way. It's your fault.
Oh, yeah, he's blaming Republicans, claiming that we haven't provided him with the funding and the policies that he's asked for. But the reality is Joe Biden wrote over 90 executive orders wiping out President Trump's strong border policies, wiping out things like Remain in Mexico. He brought back catch and release. ICE detention facilities have empty beds. He does not hold illegal aliens in the ICE detention facilities. He releases them into the country. Look at Venezuela. Venezuela's crime numbers have gone down drastically as their criminals have invaded our country and have come into our country. MS-13 has a huge gang presence. And America's streets are dangerous. They're so dangerous because of Joe Biden allowing these criminals into our country.
Let's talk about the state of Georgia real quick. Obviously, we have a rally coming up this Saturday in Rome, Georgia. President Trump's scheduled to speak at 5 p.m. We'll have a wall-to-wall coverage here on right side. We've got cameras inside, cameras outside. It's a small downtown area, so the spillover, if you remember Pickens, South Carolina, it will probably look very similar to that, people all over the streets. But in your district, when you poll your district on what people are concerned about, it's the border, right?
Oh,
without a
it's the
doubt.
border.
But it's also the economy. You've
Yes.
seen a major shift in industrial production in the not only in the country but in your state. Has moved
Yes,
overseas.
Absolutely. Inflation is hurting people in my district. The fact that their groceries cost so much more now, the fact that gasoline costs so much more, their electricity bills, their heating bills, everything costs more in Northwest Georgia, and it's all because of Joe Biden and so-called Bidenomics. And this has been a failure from the administration, and the American people know it. What we've watched, though, Brian, is we've watched Joe Biden, we've watched the Democrats, we've watched the so-called experts on TV try to lecture people in Northwest Georgia and all across America and tell them that the economy is better under Joe Biden, when the reality is people in Northwest Georgia and people across the country are able to look at their checking account and they know how far their dollars will go. And they don't go near as far under Joe Biden as they did under President Trump. And then even worse than that, they know that they can't afford to buy a new house. They know that they can't get a home loan, a mortgage to buy a new house. And this is the reality versus the lies that the media tells us, versus the lies that the Democrat tells us, and versus the lies on Joe Biden's talking points on his note cards that he has to hold in his hand.
Yeah. Let's step aside and show the crowd as we are live here at Mar-a-Lago. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Brian Glenn bringing you wall-to-wall coverage here. Vanessa Broussard is here as well, as we got this massive crowd that you obviously expect here. Not only, this is a beautiful place to come. You've been here many times. For a lot of people to be here at Trump's home, if you will, which, by the way, is worth way more than $18 million. Let's just talk about that. It's kind of a special night to be here for this.
It is a special night, and you can see so many people enjoying themselves. And it's such a unbelievable insult to the Trump family and President Trump himself to even try to say that Mar-a-Lago is anywhere near being worth $18 million. Mar-a-Lago is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's the reality. But it's so much fun to watch all these people here supporting President Trump. Looking forward to celebrating a big victory tonight as he sweeps 15 states on Super Tuesday.
I love it. We'll take a time out real quick. Talk about our friends over at Tax Network USA. Tax deadline's coming up in April. But if you haven't paid your taxes last year, the year before that, or maybe the year before that, our friends over at Tax Network USA can help you climb out from under the anxiety of owing back taxes, no matter what that amount is. They can help you solve those problems. The information for that is on your screen. Tax Network USA. Do not let another day go by. If you think for whatever reason that the Democrats and the IRS are just going to let you skate by and not pay your taxes and let you get away with it. That's not going to happen. Tax Network USA, that's Tax Network USA. Just saw Catherine Cipher and just saw her walk in, which is nice. We got Christina Bobb here. It's almost like a right side reunion tonight.
Oh, it's great. There's so many people here. Alina Habba is here. We've seen all of President Trump's amazing staff and campaign team. They're working hard in the war room right now, tracking the numbers. Yes, in right now, here comes Alina Habba walking in. She can make her way up here, and hopefully, Brian, she can give you some great answers on the state of the weaponized government. Very, very bright attorney, well respected, and we're just so happy she's fighting for President Trump.
We are. I mean, she's, I would say, the best that we have, and she is an incredible spokesperson as far as the legal team goes. And well, hopefully she'll get through here. It might take her a while to get through this crowd,
yeah,
though.
We just saw Don Jr. come in.
You know,
Don Jr. just came in, and he'll be making his way here in a few minutes. He'll be making his way in to see all of President Trump's supporters.
what's imagining, we're 9:30 here local time. Now, originally, this was scheduled to make remarks around 9 o'clock. Now, I think what you're looking at is you got a lot of time delays, you got a lot of stuff on the West Coast. The remarks were pushed to about 10:15. So we'll see how that plays out. But we'll wait for Alina to make her way up here. Meanwhile, Vanessa Broussard.
Yes. All right, we are awaiting more states to be called, but right now looking very good for President Trump tonight. So far, he's won Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Texas, and Virginia. Looking good for President Trump. We're going to continue the party here. When we come back, we're going to talk to his attorney, Alina Habba. But first, we want to remind you about Birch Gold. Go ahead and make your investments today with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Invest your IRA or your 401k into precious gold with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Protect your assets in the future with the Birch Gold Group. We have Alina Habba coming up here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
All right, back out here live at Mar-a-Lago. We've got about 2 minutes with Trump attorney Alina Habba to talk about the latest decision in SCOTUS and what that means to potential getting out of the clear for any more kind of legal issues.
think it's so big. I think it means a lot to America in general, and I think that's what we need to focus on right now. America first. And SCOTUS made the right decision, as you know. We've talked about it extensively, but they made the decision that relied on the Constitution and the bedrock of this country. Instead of bringing politics into our judicial warfare, legal lawfare, they decided that there needed to be a hard line. And they even said in their opinion, which I loved, it is time for America to turn the temperature down. And we have to do that. We got to turn this temperature down. I am so happy right now to be an American. I think we're about to turn things around. Tonight's a big night for President Trump, but it's also a big night to put everything that has happened for the last 3.5 years behind us. So I'm excited.
No matter what the polls say and these legal suits come, his poll numbers go up. People show up at the polls and still vote for him.
Right.
How does it feel as his attorney to walk out of that courthouse? And I know a lot of our viewers have so much love and respect for you because you really take on the media. You don't dodge any questions.
You know why?
You take them on. Yeah.
Because I care, Brian. That's the real truth. I care. It's not a job for me. It's about my kids. It's about your kids. It's about our kids' kids. And that's all I care about. So I'm going to keep fighting every day. That's the truth.
Well, we really appreciate it. I know you got to get back to the front row because
Thank you.
President Trump's about to come out. We'll step aside. Thank you very much.
Day. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for great Alina
Thank
Habba. Come on in. She's awesome. Thank God we have this woman fighting for us.
Yes.
She's a wonderful patriot, and I know when she said she had 2 minutes,
She literally is running in
she's
hills
not even.
right now.
Yes, she is.
Okay. Oh shoot. Let me see. Uh-oh. Let's see.
Oh, I guess that caught your attention, huh? I had to come over here. I said, what happened to Blackson? He's probably playing the game.
No, I was just looking at. I mean, I got the phone going, and then I got another site. I was trying to find, the rallies that's going to be here this Saturday. So I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. You got him
trying-
coming down
yeah.
to Georgia then?
Yeah, yep. They said Trump is coming to Georgia this Saturday. So it's in Rome, Georgia, which is about. It's about. How long I got? It's a little drive to Georgia. I'm looking at maybe 2.5 hours. Yeah, Rome
Yeah.
is all the way north, so I'm gonna have to. I'm looking at it now. Because then I gotta try to make it inside. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta get all the information now if I'm gonna make it. But I definitely got my little camcorder. So
I wanted to do some canvassing this last week when Mo was off work. He had a vacation for a week.
right,
But man, I got sick, so that wasn't really, wasn't nothing happening.
right.
But we still got time. It's a few people I want to get out and reach out to.
Okay.
Definitely in the area. I want to make sure I get up with the people that Biden went and saw at the Black Chamber of Congress.
Right.
And then get down to the Republican office. It's a lady that wanted me to do something with her, but I don't know. I'm just going to go see what she's talking about and go from there,
Okay. Here it is. I just found it to Trump in Rome rally this weekend. Wow.
Because
Yeah.
Trump mentioned a while back coming to the state fair here. So,
Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back over there.
oh yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back here for sure.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that I can, potentially get the right people there, and the Republican office might be able to help with that. We'll see.
Okay, because I'm
Are they
trying to.
talking about anything?
Let's see. Hold on.
He's not kidding. It is, I wish that you could see. I'm going to actually take a picture and post it on my Instagram. So if you go to Vanessa Broussard News here in a little bit, I'll post it on Instagram or Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard. The media that comes out to any Trump event, but tonight, we had to ask one of his press leads if we could have some chairs earlier because every chair is full behind the media risers because there's so many people here from the media because it's President Trump.
And this is a big riser. I mean, I've been to other events where it seems like there were more people on the media riser, but the riser was smaller. So it seemed like there was more, but really, there's a lot here tonight. This media riser is a 3-tier riser, and so it it's one of those things where, we're just here. It's a big night for the president.
Well, Brian, this is the first presidential campaign that I have been on with Right Side Broadcasting Network, and you told me months ago, wait until 2024, and as we get closer to November, how packed it will be with media. Now, since I've started 2 years ago, there's always a lot of media surrounding President Trump, but you were absolutely right. You called it, because there's a lot right now, a lot of media. All right, let's talk about our phones. We're on them a lot. Brian, there's a lot of talk about Alexa. Does Alexa listen to our conversations? Can our phones hear us? Are we being spied on?
Yes.
Well, now we can promise you that is not the case with Connecta Mobile.
That's true.
And how nice would that be? Because, Brian, true story, I could be sitting in someone's living room or around the house and think, is somebody listening to me? You just don't know with all the smart devices these days. How smart are they? We don't want anyone listening in or eavesdropping.
Nope.
So empower your digital life starting at just $35 a month with Connecta Mobile. This is what you get. Encrypted device, data and conversations, no data tracking, and a free secure phone with trade-in. So don't let your privacy be compromised. So if you're like me, you always have your phone on. If you use it for banking, for shopping, connecting with loved ones, well, we are in a world where every message could be watched and every move could be tracked on these things. So don't let that happen. Take a stand and get with Connecta Mobile right now. Secure your mobile world today. That website is phone123.com. Easy to remember. Phone123.com, or call that number on your screen, 941-300-1330.
There you go.
That's nice to have.
It is, yeah, it is, because it's very scary. I mean, just the other day, I was talking about a sciatica nerve that I have in my back, and it's down my right leg, and it was giving me excruciating pain. It still does. If I sit down more than 30 seconds, I'm in pain on a scale from 7 to 10, right? But all of a sudden, the next day, I started getting ads on Instagram for lower back pain and sciatica nerve damage.
Because I feel like it listens. The same thing happens to me.
It does. It's unbelievable, and I've never searched that on the internet at all. But it served me up some ads. So thanks to those guys for keeping us up to date on that.
The beautiful Kimberly Guilfoyle has just walked in with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, let's step aside and show all that. They don't want to see us.
Yeah, they don't want to see us right now.
Go into their seats.
Yes. And then also.
Okay, so this gives me an indication right now that we could be getting
President
remotely started to get this program underway when they get everyone to their seats. Now, I had the opportunity earlier to walk down there, and there are names on the seats. So if you're wondering, do they just randomly sit down? No, they have assigned seats to all of that. So once they get everyone settled and in place, I would imagine that's when you're going to start to see a lot of Secret Service will close out this area. They will rope off and make a divider from where the media rises are into this general area of that kind of courtyard, that entryway there. That's when you know that we are intimate for President Trump to walk out. And I would imagine he's looking at these, he's looking at the totals. He's keeping an eye on everything. He's in his war room right now, and he's keeping track on where we're at. And, I saw one thing earlier, and it was talking about, I think one of them, Vermont. That was the only state so far that was kind of head-to-head was Vermont. The rest of the states were a huge gap for President Trump. We'll talk more about that in a second, but let's talk about our friends over at Tax Network USA. There is nothing funny about owing back taxes right now. It is one of the most anxiety things you can have, because they talk about the IRS and hiring all these 47,000 agents to come knock on your door and pull you out of the house if you hadn't paid your back taxes. That is something that nobody wants. Well, our friends over at Tax Network USA want to help you get from out from under the anxiety of owing back taxes. And you can simply, the information for that is on your screen. I highly encourage you to get in touch with them and be able to break that anxiety. Tax Network USA, that is Tax Network USA. I see Siggy Flicker and some other notable conservative women coming in here. This is apparently
Don Jr. is in the building as well. Don Jr.
Message to wear red tonight because it seems like red is the word. I mean, you look around, there's red dresses everywhere, red hats, and I simply did not.
I went
have
Florida.
That. Yeah, we went Florida. You went a little South Florida.
Yes.
Little vintage.
So
there.
back to Tax Network. I want to make sure you have that website. It's tnusa.com/RSBN. Also, the number is 1-800-357-1415. Tax Network USA. But yes, starting to have some of these notables come in. The Trump family starting to arrive. And as we wait, we want to also remind you to check out freetrumpbook.com. freetrumpbook.com. Teach your children all about President Trump, all of his successes, all of his policies. They're not going to learn the truth in school. You can get it and teach that to them here at your own home. So go to freetrumpbook.com. Of course, the book is free. You do have to pay a small shipping and handling fee. But other than that, it's free. And what better way to start your kids off on the right track to loving their country? Go to freetrumpbook.com. This also makes great gifts. Easter's right around the corner. Help out the Easter Bunny. Put one of these in an Easter basket. So great gift from the Easter Bunny as well. So get your kids involved. freetrumpbook.com.
That's a great idea for Easter. That book fits perfect in a little Easter basket.
I love it.
That would be great.
All right, it is jam-packed, Brian. I'm looking down, and people are shoulder to shoulder in here. Hardly any room to move. So, a good indication that President Trump will be making his way out here momentarily. And I really loved, as the results were being read tonight and announced tonight from each state, the crowd just erupts in cheers.
Well, it's been a long road. And even though tonight's, a predictable win, it has been a long road since the end of the 2020 election. So, in a way, this is the first big election night since 20. I mean, you had the midterms, don't get me wrong. But this is the first presidential indicator of how America feels about the direction of this country. And by them coming out in mass numbers to vote for President Trump in this Super Tuesday, in my opinion, speaks volumes. It speaks where we're at as a country and where we're at today and how people feel about things. And this is the first step. Now, we're going to have, obviously, a few more elections after this, so that some of these other states fill in. But tonight is the majority of delegates will be decided tonight. So here's the deal, and I talked about this, Vanessa, last night with President Trump. If he's able to deliver a victory tonight and take those delegates, he could actually wrap up the nomination as quick as he did in 2020 when he didn't have a competitor. He didn't have the lawsuits. So that speaks volumes if he's able to do that this time around, despite having all these distractions in the election.
Absolutely. We came into tonight with 244 delegates for President Trump. 865 were up for grabs here on Super Tuesday. So do the math. That would put him over 1,000. He needs 1,215 to win the nomination. So what's next? We have Georgia. We have Hawaii, Mississippi, Washington State. That's all coming up on March 12th. So we could be very close this time next Tuesday, where he's just, a few numbers away from Clinton Nation.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we could be right there, and it will speak volumes if he's able to do it. And you know what? We've seen, look, here's what you got to look also. Look at this for a second. If you look at the total number of votes that are coming out from the Democratic side, like when they have these races around the country, look at the number of people who voted in them. And at the end of the day, you're going to find that that Republicans are out voting percentage than Democrats. So more Republicans are voting in this primary than Democrats. So if that would only, and that happened in 2020 as well. And I was amazed at the early numbers on that we are gathering our votes together and coming out in larger numbers than Democrats. If we do that on election day, you win. It's as simple as that.
Right, and the Trump campaign is really pushing that right now, that make it too big to rig, meaning we have to show up in droves, in waves, by the numbers, just by the millions, because if the left tries to cheat, as we saw in 2020, that they want the show of support for Donald Trump to be so big that they can't rig this election. So that is their real hard push right now, Brian, is just to get the people out there. Don't listen to what the polls say. If you're in a state where he's pulling by 40 points, still go out and vote. President Trump is big on saying, pretend I'm losing in your state. We've got to get the votes out there. We've got to make sure that this election is too big to rig. And we also want to make sure that you have too big of a bank account your future. Birch Gold Group will help you get there. Make sure that you invest.
Good transition right there.
Yeah, I tried my best. Good little segue. We want you to save big for your future. We really do. We know times are tough and people are struggling right now, but the Birch Gold Group can help you. They can get you on the right path. They can help you save for yourself, for your family, for your kids, your grandkids. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, which is proof that their customers are satisfied. So, and they do great business. Text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will be calling you. They'll also send you a free information kit, and they'll get you on the right path for saving for your future. That's the Birch Gold Group. Invest today.
Yeah. There's a lot of gold in this room.
Yes,
I think Forgiato Blow has enough gold around his neck that the Birch Gold Group might give him a call.
Probably so. Yeah, they can work something out, definitely. He's great to work with, and the Birch Gold Group is as well. But yes, Brian, this is a beautiful room here in Mar-a-Lago. The gold, the white, the chandeliers, and all the people here dressed to perfection tonight. Really having a good time. I love the energy. I love the vibe. It's just a great night here.
Yeah. Like we were at CPAC, that has a certain degree of energy, and I don't as much get excited about CPAC as I do about election night here.
Well, at CPAC, you're working for a better cause. On election night, what you've worked for so hard for so long pays off.
It does pay off.
And so there's that difference between going to a summit or a meeting or a conference versus election night. This is where the reward comes in. All of the hard work, all of the fighting, all the traveling, all of everything that goes into getting someone nominated or on the ballot or voted in. This is just a night to celebrate all of the success and all of the hard work.
But I tell you, when this is over, it's time to get back to work. It's time to get back working campaign.
Oh, yeah. We'll celebrate tonight, back to work tomorrow.
That's right. I do anticipate, though, April will be a little slower, I think. I think after the majority of these races, and if he's able to wrap up the nomination for the most part, statistically, by March 17th, which I think is going to happen, I do think April is a little bit of a let's sit back a little bit and just take a deep breath and then attack May, June, July, August, September, October, and going into November. That's what I feel. Now, whether or not that happens, I don't know. But it's certainly got a lot of momentum, and that's what President Trump is all about. It's all about timing on this. The president is not – he is probably the world's greatest marketer in a way, too. He knows exactly when to go places, how to do them. He's an entertainer. He knows how to build these rallies. We got Tiffany Trump and her husband coming through right now. President Trump knows exactly how to make things sparkle and shine. Even on Election Day, this place has got it going on.
Absolutely. You're talking about marketing. I've been asked several times tonight, Brian, if I purchased some of his high tops, his sneakers. Talk about great marketing there. Goes to SneakerCon, broke the internet that day. And people are still talking about it. How can I get my hands on these sneakers, or is he going to come out with more? So he relates to all Americans. It doesn't matter who you are. I mean, Trump is he's a pro at what he does. He's great at what he does. Wonderful businessman, which is why he's in the position he's in right now. Okay, you talked about what your thoughts would be for maybe coasting through April. a lot of talk too, Brian, about a rally in New York.
I have heard from various sources that they are looking at doing a rally in the Bronx there, in Madison Square Garden. Now, your first reaction would be, why? Why New York? New York, predominantly a blue state, right? Well, maybe not. Since the Biden administration, I can't confirm there's going to be one, but I have heard information about Madison Square Garden. Because I heard a particular date because Biden is scheduled to be in New York about the same day. So this would be a great kind of counterpunch to Biden showing up. We've all seen those videos on internet about the inner city and especially between the black community and Hispanic community. They're over President Trump. So the inner city is turning against the Biden administration. I think the timing of a Madison Square Garden rally is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Will it be huge? Absolutely yes. Will it be a media frenzy? Absolutely yes. Will my butt be there covering it? Absolutely yes. Because I think it would be a historic rally.
Absolutely.
Yes. I think I'd probably have about a 6-camera shoot there because it's so big. We'd have cameras everywhere. But yes, I think it would be massively popular, and I think they would sell it out. That's my personal opinion.
I agree with you 100%. And I'd like to go to that rally too, to cover it, 1, and 2, to keep you away from the protesters. If you don't know, Brian likes to go back at them.
Yeah. You can stay inside with Trump.
Yes.
I'll go mix it up with Antifa,
yeah.
and we'll show all those clowns outside.
Yes,
we'll do that.
Yes, let's do it with one of our 6 cameras that will be there. But yes. Would love for that to happen, absolutely. I love big moments like that, historic moments like that, and if anybody can make it happen, President Trump can make it happen. Hey, if you're just now joining us, welcome to our Super Tuesday coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Brian Glenn, waiting for President Trump to take the stage here at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago. So far today, he has done wonderful, wrapping up all the states that have been called. He has won 50 delegates in Alabama, 40 in Arkansas, Colorado, where 37 are up for grabs. He's won Maine. He's won North Carolina, Oklahoma, Texas, where a whopping 161 delegates were up for grabs, and also Virginia has been called, going to President Trump. So right now it looks like, Brian, we're waiting on one of the big ones on the West Coast, and that would be California with 169 delegates.
Yeah. You know, I've heard about some rallies potentially being in California, and you know, don't discount the popularity of Trump in California. He is very much very popular. I think I'm seeing, if I'm not mistaken, let's see who we have coming in. It's fun. It's pretty interesting because the security gate will open up, and then we have a massive amounts of people coming in. I'm trying to see if we have anybody that you might recognize at home, and I don't necessarily see anybody at this point.
We have a whole line of people coming in, yes.
I saw Susie Wiles come through. There's Byron Donalds. Coming in as well. As it kind of looks like this next big group that's making their way in here in the ballroom is starting to fill up a little bit.
How fun is this? We're having a great time here tonight. Thanks for watching us here, your election headquarters for
I just
the
got a
2024 campaign.
great text from a buddy that is very close to the Trump campaign. He says, absolutely, the venue will likely be the Garden, Madison Square Garden in Manhattan. Tremendously. I don't, to my knowledge, and maybe he can correct me on this, I don't think he's done a quote rally in the city of New York. I know they had one in Chicago years ago. It was kind of chaotic, to be honest with you, because that was back early in the campaign, but they didn't have necessarily the campaign for that. But I think it would be historic. I think we would see. I better give you a hug here in a little bit. I better give you a hug. You're not leaving without me hugging you. Good friend of mine I just saw in the crowd right there. Campaign advisor to great Carrie Lake. So Lisa Dell coming in here saying hello. I said, don't you leave without me giving you a hug.
Oh, yeah, they're running a great campaign out there in Arizona.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I think that's on tap here in the coming weeks, Arizona as well. And, of course, Kari Lake is running an amazing race here. I heard earlier today, I don't know if you reported this, that Kristen Sinema dropped out of the race in Arizona for senator, so for re-election there. That is massive. That really does open up the opportunity for Kari Lake to really take up some ground there. I love looking at these boards. It says, Trump takes Arkansas, Trump wins Colorado.
And your suggestion was to put up
Trump wins everything. Is what basically what it was
I
going to
love
put.
it.
Is to fill in the blank.
Hey, sums it up. I'm looking out the door right now, Brian. It looks like we're going to have another stream of people making their way inside here momentarily. So we're excited
Trump
to see.
wins Maine, which is no big surprise there. The only one I think that was close, and maybe guys can let me know that, I'll kind of look for that, was Vermont. I think Vermont was relatively close. Trump wins Massachusetts as well on that. You've got some of these states, obviously, Trump is dominating. Trump wins Minnesota as well. You just go down the list. He's going to go 15 for 15, 16 for 16 for the most part. You've got also Hawaii later on.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, so you've got some other states in play next week as well. So Georgia as well.
Hawaii,
Coming in there,
Mississippi,
yes.
Washington State as well.
Okay, now they're starting to move out the rope. Now, let me do a little play-by-play. I know you may not be able to see them unless we have our second camera over there. I don't know if you have not, but when they start putting out the rope, that's going to rope off the general area in the lobby and where the media is, that is a good indication that something is imminent. Now, local time here is, what do you got, 9:58 here locally. This was slated to tentatively start at about 10:15, so it might get a little bit earlier after as well.
Real quick, Brian, I'm just getting word from the studio that Vermont stats right now, Trump at 49.6, Haley at 46.7. So that's about 70% of people estimated reporting, 70% of...
So Trump just edging out slightly in Vermont. I do think it's interesting, and it's a badge of honor, and I said this earlier, that President Trump did not win D.C.
Let's talk about it.
Let's crown Nikki Haley the queen of the swamp.
She is the queen of the swamp.
I have no problem with that.
She is the queen of where the snakes slither.
And basically, President Trump spent zero time in D.C. as far as campaigning for that. So there's about 700,000 people that live in the D.C. area. For him to only get 676 votes, in my opinion, is a badge of honor. But it also, to be honest with you, you mean to tell me out of a population of 700,000 that he's only able to get 676 votes?
Something's
that
not right.
That seems a little low.
A little fishy. They're in the swamp. It's a little fishy.
It's a little fishy. but in defense, Nikki Haley only got about 1,300 votes, so it wasn't like she, got the size of a votes. But that you don't want to win D.C. That is one state you don't want to claim you won, because I don't anticipate, anything happening there.
Well, and it goes to what President Trump says as well. We believe that Nikki Haley is being funded by the Democrats, that she may very well be a Democrat because she's acting like one and her policies seem to go along with that of the Democrat Party. So where does she win? Washington, D.C. And so that goes to show you who's behind her and what's really going on here. And so it's the swamp. It's the heartbeat of the swamp. And so donors. Yep.
It's people. I mean, think about this for a second. There's money in running for office. Here's the deal. If I want to run and try to take out a big name Democrat right now that everyone hates, right? And we could just fill in the blank. Let's just do it. Let's just, for simplicity, if I want to run against Nancy Pelosi in California, right? I would go out and say, I'm going to run in I'm going to challenge Nancy Pelosi. Well, then I can go out and fundraise, Vanessa, campaigning against Nancy Pelosi. Whether or not I really have any polling that suggests that I can actually win. So there's money in trying to take on somebody that the establishment hates. So it doesn't surprise me that the governor, Brian Kemp of Georgia, has encouraged Nikki Haley to stay in this race because there's money coming into her camp. He doesn't even hide it. He has literally said, as long as the money is there, you might as well stay in the race. Whether or not it's hurting the Republican Party by not being focused on taking out Joe Biden in November.
Right.
So I want everyone at home to think about that for a second. If there is no mathematical path to victory for Nikki Haley, then why is she still in the race? It's a major distraction. I think it's wrong that what's happening right now, and I think Nikki Haley and her campaign should be ashamed of what they're doing.
It's embarrassing.
It's very embarrassing. Quite honestly, the American people have made their decision. They have voiced their opinion. You look at these. Look at Iowa. Look at New Hampshire. Look at South Carolina. Look at Nevada. Look at what's happening tonight across the country. Like, they have made their mind up who they want to run this country, and for her to think that she has a better plan is ridiculous. And it's disingenuous to take somebody's money. I claim tomorrow is National I Want My Money Back because I donated to Nikki Haley.
You didn't, but that's the date. That's what you're calling the day. Yes.
I'm telling you right now, tomorrow should be the national day of I want a refund because I donated to Nikki Haley, and all these people, all the donor class donated to Nikki Haley. She got smoked on Super Tuesday. No real clear path to winning, but yet she took everybody's money. I would be furious.
Oh, absolutely.
If I was somebody
yeah, it's clear as day.
that.
That's what she's doing. And also, can we also make it a Nikki Haley drops out of the race day because it's time? This is a clear blowout for President Trump, a grand slam for him on this Super Tuesday.
But she won't. She won't.
Drop
out. So
I think she likes aggravating us.
But let me tell you something. President Trump is not focused on Nikki Haley. No. He is focused on Joe Biden in the general election.
As he should be, because Nikki Haley is
Right.
old news.
Right.
She's just trying to stay relevant at this point.
I suggest, honestly, I wouldn't even bring up her name anymore. And I don't think he does. I mean, he really didn't bring up her name last night. It was only until I actually brought up his name that he even commented on Nikki Haley
and he
last
called her
night.
bird brain.
Called her bird brain. But the attention is not on the Republican primary. It's very much on beating Joe Biden.
Absolutely. We're just minutes away from President Trump coming out here to Mar-a-Lago, into this room packed with some of his top supporters in the Palm Beach area and also some surrogates and his family as well. Saw Don Jr. Here watching the results come in as we await for President Donald Trump. So far, a clean sweep on this Super Tuesday. He has won every state that has been called. Donald Trump making his way to the 1215 needed in votes to clinch the nomination for the Republican Party. And Brian, I think after looking at tonight and looking at the states that are voting next week, he's very, very, very close to getting that number. Also, Georgia's on deck. They're on the clock for next Tuesday. We'll be in Georgia on Saturday, Rome, Georgia. Let's talk about that area and how big of a Trump area. That is Trump country in Rome, Georgia.
It is the largest supporters of Trump. It's the largest county for Trump supporters in the state. If that tells you something, I'll say this, and I don't mind throwing this out there. If Herschel Walker would have campaigned more in District 14, he might be a senator in Georgia. That state will drag you across the finish line. I think this is going to be a huge rally. I anticipate it being one of the biggest we've ever done. It was one of the biggest we've ever done last election when he was there. Massive people came out at the Rome airport. I was not there, but our cameras were. It's one of those situations where you have to basically, you have to look at this district as being just an unbelievable opportunity to get the base out in full force.
I think President Trump is very, very close to walking in right now. They're getting prepared. You're looking at live pictures right now, and I believe we have a group of people who are making their way. He could be in this group, just don't know yet. It is a little early. I don't think that
that would be down.
It's hard to see.
Yeah.
It's a little dark, but you're right. I know our camera, James, is probably trying to get the best shot he can get.
Nope, not in this
now.
group right now, but he'll be out shortly. Our cameras are showing you the door. President Trump will be entering into this packed house
We got Susie Wiles in the pink. That she is a senior top advisor to President Trump, walking in right now. We've got Dan Scavino. We've got Margot Martin as well.
Very good indication that he's going to be close behind.
When you start to see some of these top advisors come in here, obviously it is indicative that he will soon be out. Stephen Chung, Roger Stone.
Yes, Roger Stone just walking in.
Brian Jack making his way in here.
Caroline Levitt. All
We're
of the
getting
top
our seats here in
yes.
a second. But once again, hey, we want to remind everybody, follow us on social media. You can do that at Brian Glenn TV on Instagram, on Twitter, Facebook, on Truth Social at Brian, Brian. I'll be putting up some clips from the interview I did with President Trump last night. And I want to do a special thanks to everyone here at Right Side that came together for that effort. You know, I probably got 147,000 compliments on that interview, and I've told them on every single time, it's not me, it's the production. They make you look good. Doing the interview with Trump is easy. Making it look good production-wise, sight, lights, audio, all the components that go together to putting a television production together. It's something completely different. So special thanks to our production team for absolutely putting together a solid, stellar night. And if you missed any of that, you can go to our Rumble page, go to our Facebook page, our YouTube page, and check it out. You can follow some clips on my social media as well.
Yes, and while you're there, you can also follow me. I'll have some behind-the-scenes clips from tonight and show you what we're seeing here on the ground at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago. I already have some pictures up from today when we arrived. And I think no matter if it's raining or shining, Brian, it's always a beautiful day at Mar-a-Lago. You can't go wrong here.
Well, a couple of days ago, it was raining pretty hard.
Yeah, it was still beautiful here.
Yeah, it was still nice. You know, this is the time of year, and we'll I'll kind of weather geek out on you if you're here for a second. This is the season down here. This is when the temperatures are tolerable. But I've been told in about a month, April, May, that will soon change and the humidity will come back and this place will quite honestly get, very muggy and humid. But this time of year, Vanessa, it feels pretty good. Now, you do get that occasional springtime pop-up shower that South Florida and this area is used to having during the summertime. But, hey, when the sun's out, it's beautiful. And, of course, right now the water is beautiful here. It's warm. It's just only going to get warmer as the summer months go by. So, hey, I highly suggest if you want to take a trip down to South Florida before it gets nice and hot, do it right now while it's remotely tolerable.
Absolutely. Now is the time. You're looking at live pictures as we await. Here comes
Jason
Miller.
And Jason.
Looks like Eric and
Laura Trump.
Yep. Eric and Laura are walking in.
This is very much red carpet coverage here.
Absolutely. They need to have a gold carpet at Mar-a-Lago.
Why not? Why not? It looks like we have Boris Epshteyn, Chris LaCivita, senior Trump advisor, Boris Epshteyn, head of the legal attorney, Brian Jack coming in as well. So we got, everyone's taking their seats here.
Everyone's taking their seats. Hey, real quick, while we wait for President Trump, I want to talk to you about a Decision Desk exit poll that just came out for RSBN. The Republican voters' top issues. Again, this is an exit poll that just came out. The top issues from Republican voters show that 44% is immigration, 28% is the economy. So big numbers there on illegal immigration.
Well, you know, it's one of the polls that was really interesting to me was if you're optimistic about the economy, and if you look at the small business index, and that tells you whether or not people that own small businesses are optimistic about it reinvesting in their companies, you'll find that that's very low right now because under the Biden administration, they don't want to reinvest in their companies. They don't want to grow their companies because they don't know where Joe Biden is basically, going to take this country. Now, under a Trump administration, you definitely know that President Trump is very much pro small business, very much pro build here in America, keep it here in America. And so, consumer, I think consumer optimism rises, and so does production and small business optimism. They all going to become very positive and optimistic. So that is one thing to look at, because at the end of the day, companies have got to have confidence that they can grow their companies and have a prosperous business environment. Tax breaks, and I will remind everybody right now, we don't get President Trump in the office. Let me tell you what's going to happen, and we don't also have the majority in the House. Whoever's in charge of Congress, January of 2025, will be in control of the tax codes. So these President Trump tax codes that have been so advantageous to preserving wealth and keeping your money, those will expire in January of 2025. So it's imperative that not only does President Trump win the presidency, but then we keep the House and we take over the majority in the Senate. If we have the House, Senate, and the presidency, and we put the right people in place, I can absolutely tell you right now, we will have a prosperous 4 more years on that. So that's why every seat matters. And you look at what Republicans did to George Santos a few months ago by kicking him out of his seat there in New York, and it was replaced by a Democrat, is the dumbest things that Republicans have done. Why do we attack our own party? Why do we want to kick out people in our own party is beyond me.
Yeah, it blows my mind. I think I see President Trump walking up right now, Brian, by himself. The Secret Service all around him on the side, but he is here. We're going to let you listen in as the crowd. They haven't seen him yet, so when they do, it's going to erupt. Stand by for that.
Let's just listen in. We're going to get probably the voice here in just a few minutes.
Well, thank you very much. They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's. He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in, airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age. But we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them, that's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, you will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that, because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world, and then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success, and that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before, and it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together. And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them, and we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important. So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family. They've had it very easy since I decided to run for politics. They say, thanks a lot, Dad. We appreciate it. But they're strong, and they're very capable people, and they love the country. They really do love the country. And we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody at my staff. Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice, because November 5th, it's right around the corner, November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take it, and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us, because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him, look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars, and that's what happened. For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. We got rid of ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we had no wars, and we stopped wars. We weren't getting along with a lot of countries. All of a sudden, North Korea, which is a serious nuclear power, but North Korea came along. Kim Jong-un, we got along very well. We got along very well with China until COVID. That was a little bit too much, as far as I was concerned. That was too much. Couldn't take that one. But we made a trade deal with China that I don't even talk about. $50 billion a year in product they bought from our farmers, our manufacturers. They used to buy 10. I got 50, and it was great. But COVID, I don't even talk about that because COVID was such a horrible thing. It started in the Wuhan labs, just as I said, the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world, all over the world. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. Unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget, when it came in, nobody had an idea what it was. They didn't even use the word pandemic. Nobody had an idea. But we did a fantastic job. And we got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for our foreign policy. I think credit like nobody, very few people have gotten. And the press was very honest about it. They gave us very high marks on foreign policy, the Abraham Accords, so many different things we did. But we never got the kind of due that we should have for the COVID, or as I call it affectionately, the Chinese virus, the China virus, which is a much more accurate term. And despite that, the stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was higher than it was prior to COVID coming in. It was an amazing thing. We did an amazing job, and we have so many people that worked on that, so many of the doctors, so many of the scientists that worked with us on that. It was really, really something. But there's never been an administration that had more success in so many different elements. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We have the largest regulation cuts in history. We rebuilt our military. And what happened, we rebuilt our entire military, and beautiful. We had jet fighters that were 53 years old, and we had all brand new jet fighters. And then after this other group of people that didn't know what they were doing, they took over, and we had that horrible surrender in Afghanistan. I call it a surrender. We took the soldiers out first. You know, I dealt with the leaders of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They were the ones that were causing the trouble. The press was very angry because they said, "Why are you calling them?" I said, "Because that's where the problem is." I say oftentimes, they asked Jesse James, "Jesse, why do you rob banks?" He said, "Because that's where the money is." And I said, that's where the problem is with the Taliban. And I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader. Believe it or not, he's really the leader of Afghanistan, but he's the leader of the Taliban, a rough group. I say, don't ever shoot our soldiers again. Don't ever do it. Very interesting what happened is that, we were having, during the Obama administration, previously, they were shooting a lot of our soldiers. And I let them know, I said, don't ever, ever let that happen. I said in a rather nasty fashion. We don't have to go into it tonight. For 18 months, we lost nobody in Afghanistan. And then we had that horrible, horrible withdrawal where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 horribly wounded, left Americans behind. You know, you have Americans right now still behind. Call them hostages if you like. It was a terrible moment. We left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful equipment behind, jets and tanks and everything you could think of, goggles, night goggles. They didn't used to fight. They're good fighters. They didn't used to fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of bad things, and now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people. And they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit, until he can't get his feet out of the sand or lift the chair, which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things that nobody thought was possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes. And then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working, and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country left. And we're going to do something. Thank you very much. We love you too. And we love our country. And we can't let this magnificent, some people call it an experiment. I don't call it an experiment. I just say this is a magnificent place, a magnificent country. And it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down. And we are going to make our country greater than ever before. And we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest and highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here, but many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans, they come in many different ways. Now we find out again, they come in through airplanes, we'll send them in. This is crazy. But they come into our country, we're going to stop them. We're going to close our borders. We're going to have to deport a lot of people, a lot of bad people, because our countries can't live like this. Our cities are choking to death. Our states are dying. And frankly, our country is dying. And we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. It's been a big night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Of this ballroom, Vanessa, we're going to go ahead and keep our eyes on him as he just delivered, I think, summed up the bullet points of why he's winning all of the.
Okay, so there we go, y'all. They still counting in, well, Nikki Haley won Vermont, but I'm not surprised. That's a blue state.
Yeah,
liberals
everybody
up there.
keeps saying that. I don't know a lot about Vermont, but
It's super liberals up there. I'm actually surprised that Trump got um what is it it's right next to Vermont. I think it's Massachusetts. Yeah, Massachusetts. But no, Trump took Massachusetts. But yeah, Vermont is liberal. Is
what
yeah.
were the final I gotta grab my phone.
Okay, so Utah is at 20. They're still counting Utah, Alaska, and California. I'm not going to stay up for California. California is going to close the polls Pacific time 11, so I'm gonna be dead sleep.
Yeah, I think the census says that I don't know. Remember we were talking about California and Illinois. It might be a toss up, but for some reason I think California is more blue than Illinois, but I don't know their population stats.
No. California is actually more red. It's
Is it?
yeah. What's blue is concentrated like San Francisco, Los Angeles, and then Sacramento, but the rest of California is red. Like you got Northern California, Southern California, Central California. All of Central California is red, and then the outskirts of Southern California and Northern California are red too. It's
So it says he's got 413 delegates compared to 52 with him.
52. Okay, yep. So
I know, Callie, I keep forgetting. You did say, you probably said that earlier, but
yeah, I'm predicting Trump's going to take California. I'm definitely predicting that, and definitely going to take Georgia. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna try to get there early in Rome. They didn't even say where in Rome. They just said Rome, and I'm like, okay, where? So I need to find that out tomorrow because Martin Taylor Greene mentioned it. But I need to
how far is that
Saturday
from where you're at?
about 2.5 hours.
Okay, so you're gonna make the trip there then?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I leave out in the morning, I should get there about like if I leave at 9, 10, 11. Well, I'm guessing the rally is about. I need to find out when the rally is, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go early because, like I said, I know that line's gonna be long because they said
Yeah, for sure.
Rome is one of his biggest turnouts.
You're gonna have to get up early in the morning for that one.
Hmm
Sorry, my son's back here making a ton of noise.
Yeah,
I know I came on the camera and then I thought, wait a minute, I just ate. I didn't make sure I have food on my face. That Trump dance, man, I gotta get people to do that. I would just
yeah. So
love.
it's two dances that he does. He does this one. I call it the golf. When he's golfing,
Yep,
it's
yep,
the
yep,
golf
yep.
course. Yep. And then there's another one because he likes to go to the fights, so he does. That's the harder one. Yeah.
He
But
kills me with that. Man, I wish my dad was still around to be able to do that. He was a big Trump supporter even before me.
hmm
We would kind of argue, It'd basically be 2-on-1, me and my son arguing with him, and then now here I am, right?
Right.
So I would have liked to got my dad to appreciate that Trump dance.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a tutorial on the second one. The second one's a little bit harder. But, the damn. I call it the MMA because he loves MMA fights, and so he does that. But that one's a little bit harder. But I'm gonna definitely do a tutorial. So they're in Utah now. They're only at 1%, but Trump's gonna take that. He's at 26%, and then Alaska, they gonna do that late as hell because
Yeah, I
that's
was gonna say Alaska's gonna come in late.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna stay up for that one, but I think he's gonna take the rest of the states. I think he got Utah, Alaska, California. Like I said, Vermont is blue. You know, um, it's like super blue. That little, like, you got Maine, New Hampshire, and all that little crust in the corner. That's all blue.
Well, it's a majority from what I see, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, yeah, them little small states anyway. So yeah, but Nikki Haley got her little 17. I was actually staying up to see if she was gonna damn concede, but I guess that ain't gonna happen. So I'm
Well, where
just
would we find that at?
hold on, let me type
It
it
would be
in.
somewhere.
It should be hold on, Nikki. Cause
He
she
had
ran out of
mentioned.
money. She ran out of money, so I don't know. Um, from what I hear,
I
okay,
don't.
so
Yeah, I
Nikki,
don't see anything as of
I
yet.
don't
So
see
we'll
anything
see.
either. Dang, Super Tuesday.
But thanks. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Thanks, Blacks, and I appreciate it.
Okay, well, man, shout out to everybody in the chat, and
Let me know if
I
you make it to the rally. You're gonna go live. I'm assuming from your phone.
yeah, I'm gonna charge up my. I'm gonna have. Okay, so here's how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna have my phone, which I'm gonna go live, and then I'm gonna have my video recorder. So I'm gonna switch, if that makes sense.
Right.
I'm gonna switch. So it'll be some points where I do it live, and then I'll do the rest on a. I got to get a little card, but I got like a little handheld. Um, the handheld gets more pictures and it's a wider lens, so
Got it.
I'm gonna switch back and forth. That's what I'm gonna do. That's
Josh
what I'm
is
gonna do.
teasing you,
Josh is funny.
vegans.
Josh is funny.
That could be a
Josh
whole
is
thing. I
funny.
know. He's got jokes for days, man.
Yeah, Josh is
No
funny, man.
word is safe with Josh. Just saying.
Yep,
But
yeah. So
thanks
Josh, where?
everybody for coming through,
Yep.
and
I was
I'll see you on the next one.
okay. Yeah, I don't know where Nikki Haley is, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Is he doing one tomorrow? No.
I don't know. I have to check the schedule. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, definitely Saturday. So I will. I'm gonna switch back and forth. So I'm gonna. Damn, am I gonna do this, man? So here's what I'm gonna do. When I get there, I'll go live, and then when Trump speaks, I'll go live the whole time he's speaking. But the other times I'll just record, like, just people walking around, or like, what I'm saying, because I'll probably be there all day.
Right, right.
And then I'll
That's
record
Saturday.
Saturday, yep.
I'll be watching out for it then.
Okay, cool, cool. So yeah, I'll go live, and like I said, but it'll be in and out live.
Right.
And
I know
when
what you're
Trump goes
saying.
on, I'll just stay live the whole time, as long as my battery will stay. Hopefully, my
Right
battery
on.
will
Okay, well,
last.
drive safe.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll talk to you before then. It's early in the week. So, yeah, have a good one. Have a good
All
night,
right, y'all.
everybody. All
All
right.
right, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. I will see y'all. Um, I might go live tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, I'll go live tomorrow. Why not? So I'll go live tomorrow on the truck. With that being said, y'all, it's almost 11 o'clock. I gotta go get some sleep because gotta be up in the morning. I gotta get up early. So, man, shout out, thank everybody for coming out, man. Trump 2024. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Um, Night, everyone. And shout out to everybody that showed up, y'all. Okay, y'all. Let me get going. I gotta get up early. So, man, peace to everybody. Y'all be safe. Get your rest. And see you soon. With that being said, we out, y'all. Peace. Let's see. Close on out.